Juan Carlos, since you're the only one here. Hello, I'm afraid that by now, guess you're feeling all alone. Don't break it, 'cause I got an answer phone. So please leave a message after the tone. I will get back to you when I know. I once had love in my heart. She said she would never stray, but I was cool. I treated her like a king. And I had mountains in the palm of my hand. Rivers that ran through every day. But I was mad. I treated her so bad. And I threw it all. It makes me right. Love can't be denied. Doesn't matter what you think about it, you'll be able to do without it. Take a tip from one who's tried. If you find someone who gives you all of their love, take it to your heart, don't let it stray. One thing for certain, you will surely get the hurt if you do it all the way. One thing's for certain, you will surely end up hurt if you do it all the way. So to friends, cheers, my love. So I guess I'll break custom and well, not that I haven't done before, but I'll say a few words between songs here because the night is coming to an end. Whatever you deem a night to be, Friday the 13th, full moon outside. It's right outside the door. Shoot an arrow at it. It's not near looking. And well, that's coming to an end. So this will be the last song. Plan anything at all, but this is cool coincidence. While on the road to sweet Messiah, while on the road to sweet Messiah, while going the road to sweet Messiah. a stick in hand and a tear in my eye, a throat full of dancers I cry. Johnny, I hardly knew. Some drums and drums and drums with guns and drums and drums and guns with guns and drums and drums and guns, the enemy nearly slept. My darling dear, you look so queer, shining my heart with you. Those eyes with which you smile, those eyes with which you smile, are those eyes with which you smile that mine? Who art you first begun? Why did you skedaddle from me and the child? Yeah, I believe. You have the light. You haven't an arm, you haven't a leg. You haven't an arm, you haven't a leg. You're an eyeless nose, it's chicken's egg. You'll have to make one with a bone to bed. And drums and guns and drums. With drums and drums and drums and guns, the enemy is. My darling, you look so queer. Before you see me, I'm happy for to see you home. I'm happy for to see you home from the island of Ceylon. So high in the flesh, so low in the bone. Johnny, I hardly knew you. Drums and drums and drums, with guns and drums and drums and drums. My darling, you look so queer. Johnny, I hardly knew. They're coming for our guns again. They're coming for our guns again. They're coming for our guns again. No, they never will take our sons again. No, they never will take our sons again. Johnny, I swear it to you. I give thee all I can, no more, before the offering come. My heart and all the store that I give to thee. A lute with gentle song reveals the soul of my fool. And better for a heart that feels much more than words can tell. Though love and song may fail at last to keep life's clouds away, at least to make them brighter pass and hear the leaves they stay. And even if care at moments flings its cord o'er lives unstray, oh, let love but gently touch us, will all be sweet again. Oh, let love but gently touch us, will all be sweet again. Okay. Just I was mid-song there, my whole screen went blank, but that's not extraordinary because there's something sort of flashing about the screen. But the fact that it did, I think right at midnight as well, I didn't, what's significant? And you tell me what isn't significant and what is significant. And then I'll ask you, well, who are you? Because I can't hear anything. I don't, I can't relate to anything in particular. This is the beauty and the ugliness of these sort of facilities. If you want to label things in a certain manner and way. But yeah, look, there's more to everything, absolutely more to everything. So yeah, Friday the 13th, all of these things are significant. They're passed into the consciousness of all. So what represents one represents all, right? Of the same kind, anyway, mankind. I think in terms of there's not deeper thinking, right? It's necessary thinking. We think in terms of in non-temporal existence and a non-material existence, which is quite easy for us to do, really. We just haven't considered it. Sit in your bed at night, turn off all the lights, have everything absolutely quiet, and have your own mind still. Tell me, how much of well, the mental exercise, obviously, how much could you cut away of yourself and still be yourself? I reckon you can get down ultimately into the very heart center of nothingness, that zero pointedness, and that's where everything begins. Then, so it's against the greater context. This is the most important word to me, anyway. When it's every single thing is about the context in which you place it. And when you put things in the proper order, proper context, well, then you will see that the answers are yelling out at you from all directions, from all fronts and affronts. by all manner and means, right? It's the grander theatre, but these are deeper considerations, I guess, but more shallower considerations in terms of, well, our greater reality. We've left behind the heliocentric. We've left hell behind. We've climbed out of hell. Shoel, right? All these words. Uh, not, not to get diverted too much, because it could easily get diverted and absolutely talk about nothing that, well, I don't plan to talk about anything anyway, just talk away. But talk about everything at the same time. You know what I mean? Absolutely tonight as well. I'll tell you. I'll tell you why. Well, another coincidence with Friday the 13th. What 13 actually represents. So we have the 12 apostles, 12 knights at the round table. We have Arthur in the center. I was actually in Arthur's Key Park today, and I've talked about this loads of times. And it's a statue not a statue, a little plaque erected. I didn't revisit it actually to just sort of get a refresher on what it's just commemorating the opening of the park anyway. But it was in, I think it was January 6th, right? So if I'm wrong about that, I'll check that out for my own satisfaction anyway. But if it was January 6th, that's fine. I'm placing a 16 where there isn't, or a 19 where there isn't. But it was 1991, and it was there in Arthur's Key Park, which is probably one of the more historic sites in Limerick. And it's very interesting, honestly. The whole fucking thing is fabricated nonsense. When I get onto StreamYard, and I'm able to present some of the pictures I've taken. It's crazy, the stories that they're spinning, right? And even the pictures, some genuine pictures based on life at the time, or even structures, even the structures themselves. They all seem to be fabricated in a very similar fashion to structures that are dated back with certainty 800 years. King John's Castle inside is supposed to be about 800 years. So it's all very funny. But when you look back at not to get too deep into it, in Arthur's Key itself, they have a few different how would you just standing points where you can get information on the history of the place itself. I mean, now I've been to America, right? And the one thing that I can appreciate as well, and I can appreciate why Americans would appreciate in others, they're uncertain for the most part of their heritage. When I look back on my heritage, it doesn't matter. It matters, but it doesn't. You know what I mean? I just always took it for granted. It's always been Irish in my family as far as I'm concerned. I mean, there was never a Jamaican that entered the affairs in the 20th century, and I didn't know about it, you know. But you know what I mean? It's never been in sort of question. So Sheehan is whatever you want to call it, out and out Irish. But for lots of Americans, according to the story that they're given, they have a longing for home, right? And I think it's even more poignant when we think about America itself than an Americar, right? A car to Maru. So what is Maru? When we break down the words and the sounds, simplify everything. Like if I had my beautiful son here, or if I ever blessed with a beautiful daughter, I'd be speaking in exactly the same sense when I'm teaching them the language, we're speaking in, and introducing them to the greater reality that I was supposed to have made some sort of sense about. Well, when in this crazy world, I have made some sense. Of course, you're insane to everybody else, but well, ultimately, it comes back to the simplicity of things, the ABCs, the one, two, threes. Why is everything so designated? And the more ingrained the pictorial, or the more, most especially the sound, the vibration, right? Because the pictorial is a representation of the sound, the expression, right? The being. This is it. So ultimately, remember the different context. We're in the context of eternity. We live forever, friends. How do you feel about that? If it hasn't scared the shit out of you, you haven't woken up enough. You haven't thought beyond flat Earth and the implications are, because, well, they're there, right? And you know, it's there for you. Who else you answering to here? So the same stuff is there for all of us. And well, yeah, what applies to one applies to all. But yeah, that's getting diverted a little bit. But the whole fabricated history, and they presented on one of these little presentations along the shopping mall inside. There's a bundle of shops in the center of town, but the history is attached and the significance is attached via Arthur. So getting back to Arthur, being the Jesus-like figure, the central figure, which the other 30 or the other 12 flock around in a sort of a very clock-like fashion. If you wanted to label the disciples from 1 to 12, well, where would you start, right? Where is the designation, and how does it relate to the greater context, the greater story of us? Honest to goodness, imagine yourself being a parent again for the first time. Now explain reality to your child. Now, is it more confusing? Is it worse, infinitely in one sense, coming to flat Earth? Sure, the rest of the universe doesn't exist as given. So what are the further considerations then? I mean, how do we fit into all of this? If I can extend beyond myself, as you must do, the nearest I can do to extend it beyond myself is my son, right? It's the very nearest, the most intimate I've ever been with another human being outside of, other intimacies with obviously women, females, or, just in general. But in terms of that intimacy, that's the closest I can extend beyond myself in any real sense. And I appreciate that in terms of my own being as well. So when we come to flat Earth, the whole of the story has to be overturned. And when I talk about back to basic concept, the basic thoughts that are put in your brain, they're the ones that need more examination now than ever, and decoding, if you will. There's nothing that is a lie. Everything is just a variance from the truth, right? Because the truth is eternal. So in other words, us and our true beings and our place within this realm, this new realm that we've entered, is fixed, right? So whatever happens here, we go, there's something certain beyond that. Well, and that's the scariest thing. Eternity versus obliteration. Where is there more comfort? If you're, I mean, honestly, this is Pandora's box. This is what you see, everything has to apply to you. All the Greek pantheon, all the gods, everything applies to you. It's the same thing. Well, more specifically to you, we are of a divided kind, male and female. So this reconnection, repairing has to be understood. So it was within this different context then that we can start to reposition everything and look upon our lives, I guess, as leading to this point. All there is in life is moments, right? Make the moment last forever. Well, who's to say you didn't live a lifetime in that moment? Can you capture a feeling within a moment? Sure, you can. That's why the music is beautiful. And if you don't mind me saying so myself, when at least I could see it being beautiful. Someone else singing it and different accompaniments to my heart and lute, which isn't it's my original music, right? But it's the poem or wherever in terms of the elaborated story that's associated with it. We're led to a character who didn't exist, Thomas More. And if you remember anything about Thomas More, he was the lifelong friend of King Henry VIII. But when he objected to Henry VIII's marriages and his introduction of divorce, the ability of man to break a covenant between that man himself and the Creator. Well, this is where we're told, well, it didn't work out too well for him. He was, well, beheaded, right? Thomas is a name for the sun. This is what Santo Spinaci, I hope Santo Spinaci comes back more into prominence. But I think maybe these characters are always there. Their sort of work is timeless. So it's as you make your way through the story, that you can equate more and more to yourself, and where you're at. Well, that's down to you. At the moment, we're all separate, but I think ultimately all of this shit is easy for all of us, and it's an experience we're having in the vision. Pretty realistic, and fuck it, I was thinking about that now just a second ago. In relation to the Truman Show, right? So what most people forget is that, well, hang on, So Truman is in this idealistic life, and we have all of the settings painted for us. And at the end, then we're all cheering for Truman to come into our reality. This it's not, but this shithole, with all of its complications and all of its betrayals and all of its highs and lows, mostly lows. You know, yeah. What is the ultimate message that's being portrayed here? And I think it's coming to ask these deeper questions. This is what it ultimately comes down to, the whole meaning of question of life, the meaning. And as I've often talked about Stanley Kubrick's 2001: A Space Odyssey, listen, an unlimited budget, right? Unlimited budget, and also in conjunction with everything space related propaganda, you know. So yeah, we can see it in certain limited senses, but when we look back as a people, let's imagine. Well, you don't have to imagine. You won't have to for too long anyway. What it means to be outside of time or outside of life, or have an understanding of our true relationship with what we call life, well, within and around us. Well, yeah, then we'll get to view everything in this new light, and we'll see all of the different, well, structures put in place to help us along the pathway. And as I say, once you get to it's very funny. Like once you get to the deeper levels, you want to think on the more simpler levels, and well, to connect everything together. Of course, flat Earth connects everything. That's what everything has been missing, is a context for everything. And now we have the context. I certainly have the context for myself. For myself, if you said to me, "Well, you're flat," I was actually speaking to people today. Yeah, I was actually had a good conversation about a renewed conversation with a young lad that I spoke to about 2 years ago, and he knows the Earth is flat, or at least he's well aware of the whole idea, and he has multiple questions that are unanswered, of course. So who knows where someone else's mind is at, but there's a greater unfolding going on, isn't there? And it's like an opening of minds. This is what I think the Mandela effect is about. It's a sort of an awareness, a gradual coming to realization that all is not as it seems for any of us, right? Well, we still think back to the controllers, but how much control is over you in your life? Ultimately, you have your own level of control, right? And that's a level within decency and within balance. So, ultimately everything comes back to us ourselves, doesn't it? And how we view our relationship. There's one thing that we can't escape from, and that is ourselves. And that is the thing that is beyond this material. And as I said, if you think I'm talking nonsense, well, I've had a part of me amputated. You have parts of you amputated on a daily basis when you bite your nails. Just everything is regenerating. So everything is life, living, dying. But yeah, what is eternal? Well, that's the spirit of you. Now, where does that reside? That's a question. Is there a center of gravity within our bodies? Is there a point on a needle top that you could balance our body, spirit, and soul? Where is that point? There has to be for a symmetry. So that's a new question, isn't it? And it's a very, very interesting question. And I'm glad to be thinking about it now and just talking about it out loud. Again, I'm just speaking to myself for the most part. I don't know if it's on Steve or, anyone who'll lend an ear, I guess. I do know there are people who listen, so all all due respect to my fellow man, of course. But outside of that, it's, as you can imagine, me and my monolith here. Everyone's going around today in the park with their monoliths. Everyone has their own personal monolith. The monolith is the movie screen. What does this metaphor represent when we get to the deeper layers of 2001: A Space Odyssey? You see, you have to simplify everything, not complicate everything. Because I can talk about these things, because I've simplified everything, I have a greater context for everything. So our story is being told, our story. So it's there for you to read it. And if you have learned the basics, it's as easy as 1, 2, 3, ABC. The Jackson 5, right? So 5 and 5 is 10. That divided state is pivotal in our understanding. We are in a divided state. And well, as I say, when you strip everything down to the bones, you're left with two possibilities. Either you, the greater you, consented, or else you're forced here. So you choose which. That's, you know, that's, there's someone getting ultimately some higher power, ultimately getting pleasure from my pain, draining my energies away, whatever my true energy. Can have them, bud. Can have them if that's how bad you want them. I'm happy enough in the corner there. Give me a box of fags. And then, well, I have to have a guitar. And look, well, I have two guitars. So look, like a bus, right? Looks like a woman. And I have one for ages, and then four coming out at the same time, and you have an enormous fucking hotel bill. I'm kidding, that never happened. Well, but if you have eternity on your hands, surely I would be able to imagine into existence within this brief life experience a reality where that actually did happen. So you know what I mean? You know, these are the deeper consideration and the scariest aspect of eternity in that sense of timelessness and experience, right? If you are the creator or aspect of the creator, you're going to want to experience every single aspect of every single, first of all, material possibility, and then immaterial, material possibility. You know what I mean? Guided by a bigger hand. So, in other words, as I was walking home tonight, that's the start of the song. I'm sure about 10 songs if we started out like that. That's actually what that's exactly how a song starts. I'd actually write that down as I was walking home tonight. Yeah, on a different occasion, the dog could have went out because the neighbor's dog just walked up the road with me, and he did. He chased two cats, right? And I have no way of fucking. What the fuck can I do? Can I go back to Paddy next door? Paddy was outside with his grandson Max, gorgeous Max, 6 years of age, like, and the two of them were walking this way, and I was going to the shop for a few beers and a bit of and I said, "What if I take Jack up far away there?" And 10 or 15 minutes later, now. But imagine me coming back to Paddy, going like, "Paddy, he chased two cats there, and I didn't know what to do, but here, here he is back." He's flattened, like, and it nearly happened the other day on a walk. I mean, what would you do? Like? But anyway, what would you do in a greater eternal sense that we must experience and we can experience and we needs must experience every possibility that has happened, and I have to deal with all of that subsequent stuff. I'd rather not. Because I'm pretty sure it's not part of this reality. We made it home and everything was grand as usual. You got a pig's ear. I got a telling off. I didn't get telling off. No one's told me off in ages. Actually, I think who's the last person? Who told me off? Who's the last person? My mother tells me off all the time. But outside of my mother, she hasn't told me off for a good while. Oh no, I can't think of it actually. Can't think of it. They're generally unfair to people. You know what I mean? What are you going to do? They want to take advantage. Why do you? It's not as if I have ulterior motives. Anyone I meet, be it from, I don't meet many, but you know, across the board, I'm looking for something from you, and I have to sort of manipulate in some sort of way to get. No, I mean I'm just saying that doesn't come into reckoning in my life, my being. And neither should it have to come into reckoning in anyone's behalf or anyone's being. But we do find ourselves in a certain predicament, and that's to figure out where the fuck we do find ourselves. Now, that's a recurring sort of predicament, right? And everything is reoccurring. The moon is reoccurring again, but tonight, just as we turn to the 14th, whatever date, you decide what dates mean. Either dates mean nothing, either 9/11 means nothing, or 9/11 means something, right? Either one means something or one means nothing. So yeah, I just started talking about the Jackson 5, telling you. So Jackson 5, first of all, 5 is 10, IOX, right? So getting back to the X, Christ Mass, right? X Mass, you put the tree on the X, so this is pointing you to Christ. So Christ being the divided state, the energies, unbridled, yeah, the unbridled. I've compared it to a castrated earth. Like that's the best way I can think of it. Honestly, I think about it like a lung. So imagine or everything with a mirror. So we have a lung below and a lung above. This is the tree. Everything is breathing normally, and then you have a massive catastrophe to the upper lung, and it's still sort of energies are still flowing away, and the greater rhythm is maintained, but the whole distribution system is catastrophically fucked up. This is what Jesus represents. It's this entry into division, so you can't mistake that. Don't personify anything. Jesus is us, right? It's our divided spirit. Jesus Christ, superstar. You think a star is good? What is a star? S-tar. S-tar, it all comes down to the words. So we're always told, admiralty law, right? We're told about the distinction between land and waters, right? But more so invading waters. So a divided state has occurred. And yeah, this is the symbolism we have to see through too. And most especially how it applies then to us, right? So Jesus is without and within. Jesus and the devil, God and Satan are one and the same. One can't exist without the other, right? Because it's a straying from a prior state. I've often asked, I can ask all of them, and I get these are all the top flat earthers. Globebuster tells me I'm banned from his channel, Bob. I said, why is that, Bob? Uh, oh yeah, because the stuff he said about Judy Wood and me. I said, man, you did the impossible. You went back from you went back from understanding 9/11 complete media and victim fakery, symbolic hoax, to the literal Judy Wood and her interpretation, which is not quite so literal as well. We have Judy Wood, right? Judy Wood and her Jews. And I pointed out everything when viewed from a different perspective will see how will seem to fit, and we'll see how it will seem to fit. That's a better way of putting it because you're not there yet, right? So there's a greater story being told here. It's a story of the ages. It's our story. This is what we have to simplify everything. And just to because I'm always prone to taking a leap off because it's so significant. Well, there we have the Jackson 5, the divided state, right? Jack's son, Mike L. Jackson. Um, these are characters, right? So the whole thing is scripted. You think, I don't know, Leonardo da Vinci existed. You know, come on. Come on. Newton, for instance. Newton is another one. Look into Newton and just the vast tomes of work that are associated with the man. It's impossible. These are crafted characters, historical characters. So everything within the narrative is, well, in one sense, there to deceive, but in another sense, maybe there to inform them. Because remember, the true nature of you and your abilities, capabilities is always known. If not to anyone else, then to you, right? So simplify everything. So Michael Jackson, anyway, and how apt and how significant that he comes back as the Five Alive Dodo. He's obviously a clear character, fake death. So there's a different story being told through the man himself. And ultimately, all there is love from the man, right? From the idea behind it. And I think most people who can appreciate that on a more intrinsic core level will get that same reckoning. But we have to come and again understand the context behind everything. I mean, the dodo would mean nothing to most people. Actually, if you're a flat earther and the dodo means the same to you, as it does to 99.9% of the population, i.e., oh, it's a story we all heard growing up. It's just a dumb bird who went extinct ages ago. And yeah, that's it. Yeah, well, then you're just part of the, yeah, you haven't seen beyond it. You haven't seen the greater symbolism, the greater story, and possibly the greatest. It's all part of the greatest story. But yeah, how it all interconnects. So Michael Jackson being a character within this greater play, which spans, well, I'm going to say 421 years. I can't even vouch for that. That's according to Nico Haupt. Not primarily, but lots of different, what composes our thoughts, right? Over, so, as if I was to explain my position, yeah, this is the best picture I could paint. So, according to all of the story, as I can read it, and as I think receive it, it is written. Yeah, this Earth in its current form is 421 years old this year. This is why April 21st coincided with Easter Sunday this year. Easter Sunday, Ishtar Sunday. So remember, we have Jesus dying on the cross and resurrecting again. Where do you resurrect to? You resurrect upward, right? In the name of the Father, back up to the Father, right? The Father, which I think now, remember I was talking about our center, our true center of gravity. We will be deceived until the end. And you know who'll do the deceiving? You yourself will, because you'll have failed to identify what you came here to identify. That's what I think. That's what I actually think. And the whole thing is written. There's nothing, you tell me what normal is. So getting back to the question that can't be answered, all these natural laws that are given out, then section, you can't define, or you can't define natural laws. Well, can you define a natural law? And then, yeah, we get back to defining what is natural, right, versus what is unnatural. And what is natural composed of? Am I natural? Would you say I'm a natural man? Well, I know I have solidity to me, but I also have immeasurability to my being. Are you going to take that away from me? I'll put my mental fists up to you and slap you with my jewel encrusted six-fingered glove. Holding on to that for someone else. That's my own brain. 5 fingers here. 5 fingers, but look at the creation of Adam, where Lord God is pointing out, and all of the angels, what are you going to call them? God's angels inside. All, oh, come on, touch it, just touch it, just touch it, baby. And Adam is like just chilling out. Whoever, it's not Adam, by the way, but Adam is just like chilling out, having ventured upwards. If most people forget to look underneath Adam, right, or who we take as Adam. Well, you haven't considered that setting. You haven't considered that setting because you've been told, right, to look up. Heaven isn't above. Don't be silly. Heaven, actually, what's the opposite of heaven? What's the opposite of heaven? That's hell. And what's the opposite of hell in terms of the fiery description? Well, I should think that infinite cold fucking waters beyond. That's hell. So imagine you were thrown into disassociation and disorientation upon death or upon leaving the physical body, and you're sort of so ingrained in the interpretation of everything that you're faced with a challenge. Go, you pick hell or heaven, go up or down. And well, what were you going to point? You're going to point immediately upwards. Well, you haven't learned enough. Fuck off back in there, because yeah, everything is inverted in this world. But when we think of the reality, or reality here, what have you replaced the vacuum, infinite vacuum of space with? Tell me. Give me an answer. You won't, you see. I'm sorry now, I'm not talking to any of the regulars here. Generally, I won't have an answer. So I'm thinking to myself, well, if I'm here trying to work out my fucking reality, not for myself, but for my son, and for whatever, just for the sake of it, we deserve it. If we decide that anything is worth anything, well, we deserve certain whatever, we all feel that. So whatever then we're going to, or however we're going to gauge everything that we do encounter, then against that certain foundation, well then let it unroll. But that has to be, these have to be the basic, well, building blocks for cooperation, certainly. And this is all about cooperation, right? How much would any of us know without cooperation from some form or some format or other? Very little indeed. Very little indeed. Which, I mean, what's the difference between knowing everything and knowing nothing? Which would you prefer? Which would you prefer? It's a good question. Which is a reference back, another reference back to Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, and find out where Zarniwoop. I have to. I don't want to butcher any names now or any scenarios, but the ultimate quest was anyway in one of the books, right, to find because the ultimate question was on the table: what is the meaning of life, the universe, and everything? And the answer was given as 42, but the question then, it turns out, after 6 million years, the answer was 42 or something like that. And then the question wasn't specific enough. So then there was this whole hunt for the question. And the Earth itself was said to be created within a certain matrix to have come to this greater solution, I guess, or answer to the question, right? Or to be able to specify. So now the answer is known. You have to specify the question, and this is, of course, we can all appreciate this as well. And as I've said to myself, and I've written it so many times, so don't be thinking I'm just saying anything. I've written it so many times that Aristarchus is revealed. Now come the questions, right? Now come the questions. So that's where everything starts with. Everything starts with the core truth that applies to all of us. So you're there to deem and to make sense out of your own reality, but against this newer context now. And this context isn't something that is accidental. The theater continues, and you will be deceived until the end. But as I've said, the way I'm more and more imagining now, if I was to if I'm with my love, eternity, the best thing I can come to in my love is my Stephen, my beautiful Steve. Um, but we had eternity on our side, and I was to set him a challenge, lifetime, that's nothing for eternity. I'd set him a fiendish challenge. And even if inside within it appeared so real because we were of a greater source, you could afford those balances. Now, how does it apply to the greater world? We don't know, right? We don't know. Nothing is ever as it appears anyway. We have to rethink everything. Our whole history is fabricated. If you don't, I talk about 9/11 media hopes. If you haven't got to that point, all of this stuff, none of it's going to make sense. Because you haven't crossed the Rubicon. Do you know what I mean? You haven't just read the book. You haven't picked up the book and read it. And whose book is that? Well, ultimately, it's your own book. But it's, as I've said so many times, if you're just asking the questions, though, it doesn't have to be any specific area which you have to go down, any specific route that you have to travel. No, it's there all around you to pay attention because the story is already pre-written. And this is the greater context that we find ourselves in. And once again, just to stress to you, you decide whether you want or not. If I'm theater, if I'm acting a part, I challenge any man anyway. I have nothing to hide from anybody. That's nobody has anything on me. No, I can't think of anybody. The greatest crime that I could have placed upon me, which is the greatest one, which is not seeing my beautiful son in all of this time. But it wasn't from a bad heart, you know. What do you do? I mean, how many people out there have told your children that the earth is flat and stationary? You understand how much conflict that's going to cause, first of all, within your love's life, right, your child's life. But fuck that, they deserve the truth. You know what I'm saying? It's not about the fabricated life outside of that, but then it's all of the external interactions then, and well, before you know it, everything is in tatters. but everything for a reason as well. It's the parents. We do this to ourselves. We do this to our children. We don't inform ourselves. But again, I think this is because this is what life is about. We have ventured into this experience. So it's there to figure out. It's there to sort of forget. We're born all knowing. Like many times I have to say it, my Steve. Of course, I remember when you were there, when you come out of your mom's belly, because he wasn't. I often said it to Steve, like Macbeth. He wasn't of man born. He was plucked, right? Cesarean section, and well, I was there for that. And the minute I saw his ear, I said, "That's my son." A bit of doubt or whatever, anyway. But I said, "That's my son," because it was my father's ear. But yeah, this is the. I can go back in my own thinking to in my own life. Maybe fucking it could be 2 months. It might be more than that, like, but I don't think it's much more than that. It could be less than that. But I said it to my mother, and she said, "Well, you couldn't have been there because this is where I used to leave you when you were very young, just for your afternoon naps. And once I changed things around, there was that. So that brought me back to that time. So that's why I say roughly around that time. And I remember it distinctly, though. It's like I had the thought. How could I have the thought? I can, recall it right now. And it was like I looked up and looked around, and I said, "Where, where am I? What's going on?" Literally, that's if I translate. I was literally, "Where am I? What's going on?" And lots of different things happen. I don't want to go over it. See, I'm just waffling on now because I can get distracted by all of these stories, but they're all pertinent because it brings us back to the main point is, yeah, well, who are we in all of this? So I think we were born all knowing. We are a star child. Star is not necessarily a good thing. Like Jesus, not necessarily a good thing. It's an experience into division, right? S-tar. So the tar is the seaman, right? Martin Liedtke is a tar. Martin, and he talks about Tartaria. They're clues. So they're part of the theater. His father, his family was from Estonia, and he tries to keep a straight face when he's telling the obviously genuine and upsetting story that some geezer asked him for his password and all of his intimate details, his mother's maiden name, his first dog, and all that. And yeah, Martin, kind-hearted, very tanned Martin as well. He's looking very well, very, very well groomed. Reminded me, as I keep saying about, I can't show the picture. If I could show the picture, I would laugh my heart off. Fabio Lanzoni. So just bring up Fabio Lanzoni in your own Google and bring up a picture of Martin. Martin from Ranty's Hangout when he delivered the devastating news that his whole channel is stopped and gone, like fart in the wind. He's taken it really badly, all those years of work. And there he is in his sunglasses and his shades and his tan, his long hair, his teeth. His teeth. Well, that'll happen. I think that you can imagine the scenario, an old woman telling that to a young whippersnapper. That fucking day will come when the day Martin Luther gets his teeth. That's the day that all changes. I should be laughing at Martin's teeth. My own teeth are terrible. I'm not ashamed of them or anything like that, but I don't like advertise them at the same time. Well, so I'm not taking the piss out of Martin in that sense, but he is Martin Liedtke. I said it for years. He knows about the dodo. He knows about Aristarchus, but exactly what they know, I'm not sure. Is Antonio Subrat star IB us Liedtke. Martin Liedtke, Mark Sargent, Mark and his clues, right? Mark's Argent, or Mark's Argent prepper. He was a prepper as well. Get out of it. He was also a gamer. You see, all these people are absolutely perfectly qualified to be investigating the areas or involved in the areas that they're involved in. So let's see through it all. Nathan Oakley, you've got to figure out. Nathan in his corner has O. I quizzed him loads of times. O and N, right? So he says for Nathan Oakley. So I said, which way does that read? Actually, it could read an O, N, or N, O, right? On or no. There's a massive difference between on and no, isn't there? So getting back to easy as ABC, 1, 2, 3. Michael Jackson coming back as the Five Alive Dodo. That's not, come on. The dodo was given to us, right? First of all, put in our public consciousness from every different level. The soother, right? Millions of children earthwide, millions of the beauties earthwide, all of us, the first word they can associate with a soothing feeling is dodo. Your dodo is your dodo. Your dodo. Your fucking dodo is your dodo. So, think about it. Your dough is your money, your bread. Every generation is catered for Homer Simpson and his dough and his donuts. So what does this represent, the dough? Well, back to core truths, this state of division, right? So Michael Jackson, and I challenge anybody out there in terms of any adages or little connections with the word Jack. Can you find anything positive? Because I guarantee you, if you can find a positive phrase or a seemingly positive phrase that involves Jack, I will decode it and show you the negative reality to it, and all for a particular reason. Jack's son, Jack and the Beanstalk, right? What was cut down? What was cut down? Yeah, the tree. We are trees. Like, I mean, look at your body part. Come on, so something else going on, and well, beware of anyone who says they have the answers for you, because it's impossible. No man can tell any other man about God. No man, no man. And when I say no man, man and woman, that's a different. Can I reconcile myself with the woman, the female within? I think I can. I was always of a very sensitive nature. And the number of people who come up and ask me, am I gay? Box the head off you. I wouldn't but no, man, I just talk to you. What, you're not used to people talking to you, right? So, yeah, you're not used to men talking, having a laugh, and I think that's what so much is lacking as well. Just a little bit of intimacy, or just a bit of an ear for anyone to, well, first of all, listen to yourself. That's why music. That's what music is here for. Express your own thoughts freely and openly. The best you can hope for is best what we wish for our children. So yeah, once again, these are the dilemmas brought into this understanding that we are in this divided sort of state, a divided system. How do we find meaning in life? How do we find a balance to all of it? Well, I talked about God, devil, that realization. You have to come to certain realizations, understand that the universe is being inverted. So in terms of everything being as far away as possible, everything is as near as possible. What is space? We transcend space. Of course we do. We transcend time. These are all constructs, right? And if you can encompass within your brain, or you think you can, the idea of space, time, I'll tell you you're wrong, because you have the wrong context. That's what I'll tell you. And I don't mean that in absolute general terms. I'm not speaking about any specifics. I know people out there know absolutely the answer is everything is pre-written, but the ultimate secret is bringing everything back to ourselves and seeing the relationship with, the external reality we find ourselves within. So life is a big metaphor. Life is I fell, or if L, right? If L, that material. So we have that material, immaterial divide within. That is a literal divide. It couldn't be more graphic. Male torn from dangly bits all over the place, just cleaned up somewhat, but ultimately waiting for reunification. And when that reunification from division is achieved, then we have the greatest miracle of all, which is each and every one of us, right? Of the same kind, as best we know now. There would be other kinds out there. Tralik, I don't know. It's a good question. If there's the other kinds out there, if there's a whole transgender there's a hierarchy and understanding, what is their notion or nature or idea of reality? And how do they fit into that? And we assume that they're of greater knowledge than we are because they are holding the strings in one sense, right? They're doing the deceptive, the cooperative, deceiving. So, these are all questions we have to sort of ask ourselves, and we'll all come down. Um, well, putting you on the spot, I'd ask if I was asking me, these are all pertinent questions. These are all pertaining to our greater reality and what the fuck is going on here. Look outside, the moon is there, right? So that's one thing I can say for certain. Whatever they fucking told me was going on, it's not going on. So there's something else going on. So when I look for and ask all the basic questions as well that a child would ask, well, yeah, a different picture unfolds. And a long time ago, I left behind the idea of a singular source to everything. That's sort of obvious. It's already obvious. Now, how the different planets and how the different intricacies of it all, that's sort of irrelevant in a sense. It's whatever is going on at the source that we see all of these. And I think this is where revelations and the candlesticks and all this come into it. So if we have a tree, actually, back to the opening song, brilliant. I had mountains in the palm of my hand. Irving, shout out to Irving. How you doing, Irving? You know the significance of the palm tree, right? And well, mountains and palm trees. Well, yeah. What is this association being made? And well, yeah. These are the deeper layers of it all. But the basic layers, when you come to flat Earth realization, if you tell anyone you're a flat Earther, it's more, except these days, I think everyone has heard the idea. And as long as you can just present yourself in the moment as reasonable and asking a reasonable question, which I always do, absolutely always do, and I make more of an effort just to be more reasonable because I'm invading the space of others, whether it's the space of a 15-year-old or an older woman, in the parks, just asking a simple question, and that's all. That's the way I'd always phrase it. So, yeah, however much influence you have, that's the most sort of influence you can have, really. And yeah, it's this core need within us all, I guess, to because we have the same, yeah, not to get distracted now or distracted away from what, or even go into the chat and say hello. But I just have fucking Martin Leakey and Fabio Lanzoni. Is it Lanzoni? In my brain, honest to God, if someone could do a meme out of that, that's the way I have like there's memes out there, Will Smith, and there's some excellent memes out there. Someone regretted putting up because it's not that I have no skills. What I generally do is right. I satisfy myself that's the situation. So I do sort of a little bit of in depth analysis, and I go, well, and use my own brain power. I go, well, that has to be the case. So that's more of the theater. Now I can sort of move on. But someone did that with Theresa May and Mark Thatcher. And they didn't mean to put up such a fucking close match because it was uncanny, the match that they actually found and put up to offer up as a sort of a point of ridicule me. Look, this guy is saying the two of them are the same. The fucking same end of them. And yeah, well, we were always meant to see through that. But yeah, once I sort of get to that layer of understanding, so I know that that's the case, right? So whoever, Mark Thatcher, Maggie Thatcher, these are all just characters. Jimmy Savile, we're told, is associated with Margaret Thatcher. 13 Christmases. He was invited to spend time at the checkers board. Everything goes back to chess, friends. Well, when we, well, would just say when we hone in, when we hone in, it's the game of kings, right? What is the game of queens? Well, that's the physical, right? That's the Queensberry rules, the fighting match. So one man's battle against another man, or one man's worth, in terms of what is the measure of a man, right? And when I say man, of course, I mean we're all the same, male, female. We're all, yeah. But in terms of man, in terms of this divide, anyway, you have the physical and the mental. So there we have Game of Kings, the chessboards. On the chessboard is where you defeat your opponent, and then within the physical realm, you have to have your own particular skills to be able to defeat a well-trained, whatever, a ninja, an opponent, right? Your nemesis, I guess. So, how well are we equipped? Correct. Well, I've said it before. No, that's not. I have a disability, right? And look, everything for a reason. When I just turned 18, was working on the building sites in England. Container fell on my leg and crushed it, but I was lucky to be alive. But I knew that something absolutely devastating had happened, and the course of my life would change. But up to that, I was very absolutely physically active. I suppose if I went on, I played soccer at high enough levels, rugby, I would have definitely played at regional, if not international levels. But I also had won a few things in rowing as well. So that was another potential. But I'm not applying it to me. I'm just talking about in general that these are the ultimate sort of trials. We have the mental and the physical challenges, I guess, the trials. You can't just win one or the other. You have to win both. And ultimately, who are you winning against? Right? You realize, there is no nemesis. The nemesis was within the unknowing part within. So right. Was there? I'm just gonna put fucking hilarious setting, honestly. couldn't write it down. You couldn't script it. You honestly couldn't script it. And there's a bit of weed there. And the guy I normally get it from. Limerick is a small town here, right? So, any standards at all. If you're not from England or Ireland, you won't be able to appreciate just how what we're talking about here. It's a very sort of specific thing to villages, even outside of England. I think more Welsh and Scottish are more familiar with what I'm talking about. But it is absolutely particular. But Limerick here is a small place, right? Relatively, it's a big place as well. I don't know anyone, right? But it's a small place relatively. It's all as big as it is small. But anyway, the guy who I rang yesterday just get it 50 euro for 3.5 grams. So that's, you can't complain about that. That probably lasts me about a week. So take it nice and easy. And he had none yesterday. So I said, grand. Sure, maybe I have been meaning to go off it as well. So maybe this is anyway, yeah, that's a different story. But as it turned out, I bumped into him today as I was walking in town. I just said I'd take a walk around town. Beautiful day, absolutely scorched. It was a scorcher, but absolutely gorgeous day. And you couldn't have wished for a more wonderful day in the clouds. I took lots of pictures of the clouds. Pay attention to the clouds, friends. What's wrong with you? What's wrong with you? Go on, where's your childlike curiosity? Pay attention to the clouds and imagine you're in the center of a hula hoop, right? And the same image is a massive hula hoop, right? You have a hula hoop. And the same image is sort of been printed on the hula hoop, right? But you're looking at it from sort of many different perspectives as the hoops around you. So everything looks sort of disparate, and you would say, well, no, and especially when you sort of combine other bigger hoops or smaller hoops in with your own hoop. the hoops everywhere. But then you get sort of confused. So once you can separate the different layers, then you'll see this circular pattern. But you'll be able to understand that, okay, I can see a donkey or not a key. What would you put it? A pony, a pony on the hula hoop. But it looks slightly different from this angle, as it's more so acute, as opposed to straight in front of me. Like, well, what are we looking at tonight? The full moon outside. It's amazing, actually, how shitty cameras are in capturing what we experience ourselves through the visuals. It's amazing how lacking in so much, really, as far as I can tell. Anyway, the camera I'm using isn't special by any sense, but just taking a normal picture of what you experience isn't too much to ask. The moon looks right fucking there, but anytime you take a picture with the camera, it looks fucking a quarter of a million miles away. You have to zoom in then and get all manner of effects incorporated to decode an image for you. So yeah, well, when there is intent to deceive, ultimately for the greater, higher purposes, it's all part of the the greater story here. Yeah, when you have to deceive, you can always be found out, and the lie is always built on the truth. So these are the things we bear in mind. But just on the Mark Thatcher thing, your man, I think it was Dross who put up the comparison, and I was going, keep that up, man, because it was fucking it was giveaway. So I don't dwell on these things. I settle that, like with Will Smith, Barack Obama. Absolutely certain that that's the case, man. I don't give a shit what you say. I don't care how ridiculous that sounds. It doesn't matter to me. You don't know where I'm coming from with all of the information I could put together to put across some sort of convincing case or proof for it. But something is or it isn't, right? It's as simple as that. And the bigger questions that I would ask is, well, who is Will Smith? A more generic name you can never get. Is he a wordsmith? Is he a wordsmith? Do you ever see this Will Smith offering the 6 Degrees of Separation? I suggest you have a look at that movie. You were told all of it. He was introduced the Fresh Prince to all of us, the hero to be held up to all of us. What generation? I'm born in 1972. So Fresh Prince came along. I'm a teenager, maybe 14, 15 years of age, and every role, every role the man has had since has always been in a positive role, even if it's been in not so positive. There's always been a greater story attached, and the movie I'm thinking of particularly there is when Barack Obama shot onto the screen. He shot onto the scene, I should say, but also shot onto the screen at the same time was the movie Hancock with Will Smith. Now Hancock, you're not going to say, hang on, this is a super action movie, not much sex or anything like that in it. So can we not change the name or something? We don't want to be putting, yeah, the producer said, hey, fuck that. Listen, it's the name because that's the name of the character. And we're also going with the subtitle or the secondary choice of title, which is, where is it? Rewrite just the way I don't misquote it because it's hilarious. Honestly, I left it behind. There's so many notes taken here. So Hancock. So and you can look this up, right? You can look this up. The Money Shot. The Money Shot. This is what the movies are all about. This, see how I can divert. I'm going to go back to very serious. All very serious in one sense. But 2001: The Space Odyssey and how significant all that is. So when we look back as a people on the story that's presented to us, right, as we're outside of it, we can see these pivotal or these offerings as representations of something core. How are you going to view it? What greater sense are you going to view it? Just that we know they're significant, and they will tend to come into greater significance now that we have a much more altered view on what life, the universe, and everything is. We still haven't gotten towards the answer. Well, they say the answer is 42. Is it the answer now? See why it might be. Because 42, 4, 2, right? The division, the dodo is about 1, 0 becoming 1, I think. But it comes back to what matter is, right? It comes, fuck it. See, that's a whole different story. I hold that this is a construct. It has to be a construct. When we die, I choose to come back in here again, maybe, and just have another blash at it. But now maybe is the time. Who knows what the greater story is? But that's what it has, a construct. It has to be a construct within all of us. So that we have a 421-year beginning, go, and now an ending. Well, 421, which is April 21st this year, which is Easter Sunday. I say that they changed the calendars way back when, to get these times to coincide. Absolutely. The dodo goes back to the beginning. Sure, it's not Aristarchus goes back to the beginning. So this is the core of it. So we have the one divided, and then everything stems from that. And yeah, outside of this realm, for your consideration, is it? I should know this off by heart. I haven't thought about it in ages. Is it Dam and Har? Is it Dam and Har? The Dam and Har. Hang on, I have it. It's easy enough to bring up here. Yeah. I have that here. Yeah. Just the name itself. It's. I should look at it again. If you haven't, no, I must have it on. Let me just type it into. Yeah, Damanhur, right? Damanhur. So just type in Damanhur temple in Italy, right? Italy, the Catholic faith, I guess, centered in Italy. So Italy has a great significance in all this. A lot of Shakespearean plays set in Italy as well. That equation is made. So there are equations being made throughout, which tie into this greater story, which is, well, when you go into YouTube, right, and I guess start at the start. So I'd say your man is probably in, whatever, some elite family, or maybe somewhere down the line, down the level. But that's how he gets to be there in the first place. But it was a genuine surprise in the shop for him to go through and to seemingly, anyway, absolutely genuine. And his whole videos on YouTube freely available, so there's nothing faked about it. But it's about the greater message that's been presented here. And upon entry into this temple, however you call it, well, there we have the tree of life. So initially, I'm thinking that like this is just the start of everything, and where you end up, well, that's for deeper consideration. I haven't considered that in a long time now, but it's always there. It's always there, of course, because you have eternity to put back in its box, in its Pandora's box, right? Pandodoras. That's another dodoism. We're making a few additives to the list of dodoisms. If you're not familiar with the dodoism, well, where have you been? Yeah, so yeah, leave that. Well, actually, no, I'm not gonna. You can seek out the link yourself. Just type it into YouTube, and well, do yourself a favor. Many different layers to our being, and well, each layer, it's, I guess, about coming to terms with like maybe the next layer. Is there an ultimate layer? What's the upshot of, well, when we think about these great presentations, these great offerings from all of the greatest artists in history? Remember, the likes of Stanley Kubrick had all of the information, all of the knowledge. First of all, it's easy if you know the truth. You could, and you have an unlimited budget. You could make the most fantastic. Imagine you had that ability. You could make the most fantastic offering, presentation, movie ever imaginable. If if only your imagination, or if your knowledge base so dictated. So yeah, none of these characters are organic as far as I'm concerned. They're all let into the mystery schools, and where the ultimate mystery lies. I told that story before about the gaggle of Freemasons I bumped into when I was walking my brother's dog by King John's Castle, and there's the chief lodge in Munster there, and they were just walking by. I said, "Fuck it, I'll stop them," because I was of the mind that look, once you get to a certain point, right, you have to be let in on the flat earth truth. It's such an open sort of secret that I just almost assumed that that was the case for them. So I was just not trying to catch him out. I was just trying to gauge their reaction when I mentioned, "How you doing? Do you mind if I ask you a question?" And five of them just turned around and you know, well, one of them in particular was more interested. So I just said, "Yeah, have you ever heard the idea of the Earth is maybe flat and stationary as opposed to the picture of the spinning ball that's given to us?" And he goes, "No, I'm with you all." So it's very, and of course I give him a spiel. Well, yeah, well, I'm surprised at that, and I did. It's just been genuine, like, because I had a reason for the encounter, because I was surprised at that, and he genuinely seemed surprised at the whole notion that the Earth might be flat and stationary, and he seemed like a senior. I should imagine. Member. I wouldn't put him as a junior member, just a newbie or anything like that. So he seemed that sort of way. But anyway, to get to the point, so yeah, I was very surprised at that. But of course, once you just like a child, you get them to start questioning. What have I narrowed it down to? Of course, the usual. I mean, if we could point to Australia, so Australia and Ireland and New Zealand are antipode to one another, right? So we were always told that if you stuck a needle through the center of the earth and came out the other side, you'd pop up in Christchurch or something in New Zealand. Funny enough, Christchurch, right? Church is CHURCH. So what do the letters mean? And what are all the letters composed of, right? Remember, oh gosh, see, I'm thinking now in terms of my own brain. Everything is about division. Everything is about division. So it's a disassociation, a disintegration from a natural a natural form. So yeah, ties back into the question I still can't get an answer to. What do you mean when you say natural laws? What do you mean by natural? Can we define what natural is? And of course, mainstream, we're given an unnatural naturality to things, which is the Big Bang um, dogma. Dogma. I'm God, dogma. Why? Yeah. Why are these? So people will persuade me, right, that there's no associations between. It's just all random chance. The dogma or words like God or dog. So this association is just completely random. Or when we look a little bit deeper into Latin or different avenues, we find dog star might be referenced in terms of the star Sirius. Now, Sirius, if we just break it down to what it is, S, it's a series of letters describing something in the sky. SIRI and U are S. SIRI and URS. So in that divided state, right? So mentioned about the Americans earlier on. It seems like an age ago I mentioned that not particularly the Americans, right? But it's that a sense of lacking a, a sort of historical foundation, an ancestral sort of anchor that so many, as I said, so many people here in Ireland would take for granted. But we shouldn't do, because nothing is fucking set anywhere. There's nothing. You can believe nothing. You are what you are. And beyond that, it doesn't fucking matter. You are what you think you are. But yeah, there's a story connecting all of us. That's clear and that's obvious. And that story is unchanging. So it's there for us to work out that story and our relation to the story itself and to, well, the storyteller who's reading the story. When we go into 2001: A Space Odyssey, well, who's creating the movie? At the end of it, very Aristarchus features prominently. The monolith is found within a crater by, according to the book, we have this duality. So we have the movie, so the word goes along with the image, right? So there we have Kubrick and Arthur C. Clarke. Aristarchus is an anagram of see Arthur as is. Remember the Gleason's map as Earth as is? All the game of clues. All the game of clues. And yeah, flat Earth is a must. You have to come to flat Earth. Now you will ask what the moon is. A flat Earth. Once again, one of those questions, right? One of those questions. No expanded thought upon. I can tell you what I exact. I could go. I could write a book about what I think the moon is now in terms of the consideration that I've applied to it in terms of working out what the fuck is going on in my reality, because I realize it's probably a lot more simple than was previously accepted by me, previously delivered to me for acceptance. So, and back to tying it in, and then I'll definitely go into chat. So tying it in with our earliest memories, reconnect with that time. We're born knowing everything, as far as I'm concerned. And one of the earliest, different. I told this story again and again, but can't have been 2 or 3. Even it was a little bit more later developed, but it's still very early years, maybe 2 years, 2.5 years, because we came out here in 1976, which was I was 4 years of age. So I mean, I had to say to my mother, it's fucking hilarious, like whatever's going on. I had to say to my mother. We were talking about Elvis, of course. Elvis is fake death, right? Elvis is a tranny. My mother married Elvis, who turns out to be a tranny, and my father married Marilyn Monroe, who also turns out to be a tranny. I wonder, is there any? No, I was going to say, are they possibly played by the same person? But JFK's wife, right, is the same Marilyn Monroe. There's this interconnection between the characters, and again, we can laugh at all of the literal comedy. Now, once we see beyond the layers, once we see beyond the dark humor here, or the well, at this stage, the obviously fabricated presentations. Once we can see beyond that, then we can laugh. But now we can set our time to maybe decoding it a little more. JFK was associated with King Arthur, right? And the Camelot just had. Excuse me, my nose is black for some reason. I know why it's fucking blocked. I know well why it's blocked. Leave my nose alone, but honestly, I'm about 95%. There's something clinging, and you just have to go down a little bit deeper. So it's not unsavory or anything. And I'm looking at lots of fish videos where your man is sticking. I'm taking care to like put spiders outside, but your man is like sticking hooks through sardines, eating sardines' noses, right, and cutting off their tails, having them wiggling around to attract the bigger fish. And I'm going, okay, well, in terms of that sort of pain and suffering, I'm not going through much here, but that accounts somewhat for my. But yeah, it is amazing. About 95%, and there's something that's been there since birth. So in some sense, this will be a symbolic clearance when it finally just dislodges. It's just awful uncomfortable. It's like the most. What you can imagine, it's the most uncomfortable area. It's the most sensitive area. Right, without air, without it being so sensitive, yeah, we wouldn't be here. We wouldn't be capable of surviving. So messing around with those sort of areas, you're bound to feel it. But anyway, yeah, I think a clearing of that. Imagine the alleviation after fucking 46 years, as far as I can remember back, anyway. So what I think has happened, I used to have terrible nosebleeds when I was younger, and I often couldn't go to school or had to be taken down to hospital a few times because the fucking thing wouldn't stop. And you're never told, a nosebleed can come up anywhere. So all you can do is, for the most part, just go, oh, fuck it, keep going. do nothing like, and just keep your inside the classroom. What are you supposed to do? So that's not good in itself. So it's blocking stuff up, and I reckon I had so many of those that sort of blockage, overarching the natural structure, formulated some sort of strain or other over the years, and that's the last remnants of that have been picked away. So yeah, lots of. I mean, that's a different area as well. The Mandela effect, isn't it? When it comes to our bodily changes, I mean, is it true? Have you satisfied yourself that your heart now is in the center, as it was always deemed to be? It was never towards the left at all. Is this news to you, or could you swear differently? You see how easy I can get diverted, but that's okay as well. I don't have any agenda. But yeah, all of these things are the Mandela effect. They're sort of like a frog in the water. As you gradually boil the water, they won't feel the well the harsh finality of it all. But likewise, when in sort of an opposite sense, we are being exposed to the ideas. Everything comes from the idea, the thought. Um, this is the father, right? Father, son. Oh yeah. So again, father, son. Where's the son? The son was born of a virgin, right? What does a virgin represent? Right. So all of these things, deeper significance. If you continue to externalize them, well, you're just going to end up right, well, back where you started in one sense, and that's ultimately where we have to get, but in a different sense. You don't just carry everything over wholeheartedly. Well, listen, lads, I fucking left everything else behind now, but I'm going to carry this that I carried with me from the very start all the way with, without question. It doesn't matter what else comes along, that's coming with me. No, that's not the way you do it. Now you have to turn over that, most especially, and see what you find there on the other side. So this is not what the Bible literalists will encourage you to do, and you know that's the nature of their role. You will be challenged to the end, right? You have to, well, separate yourself from the material, right? So within that sort of divide, then we have the sub divide of the life story within the material. So that's there written for us to work out via offerings like Adam and Eve. But more, it doesn't matter where you go, you'll find the same stories being told throughout. No matter what your age, you will find exposure to the same ideas. We have various stories in this day and age via movies, music, videos, etc. All of these different influences really projecting the same idea. And look, now we're in the time of enlightenment, awareness, and well, that no one stymies. The last thing I would say, yeah, about the physical, the Queensberry rules, right? So the Queensberry versus and of course, the Queen has the most significant piece on the chessboard, protecting the King, who in one sense is the most vulnerable and the most sort of limited player, but in another sense, then, well, his power is not of this world. King is K in G. Right? Remember the kinks, K in G. So yeah, figure out what the letters mean. What does K mean? Why is King so designated? Why is God so designated in terms of the letters used and the construction of those letters? That's there for us to figure out what's at the center. Well, the theta is at the center, the 0 and the 1. You understand how that applies to yourself? Well, then, excellent. You have the 0 center. Well, as far look, I'm not saying I have it all. I keep having in mind that everything is sort of inverted, so I have to keep going back. But just in general terms, yeah, we have the immaterial center, which is represented by the 0. Now we know that God and good, we have the separation, right? They all divided into smaller holes, and there we have the capabilities of interwovenness. This is where the two S's come into it. So when we have the U in the center of the S, it's almost equivalent to having the O in the center of the S. So SOS, a sign of distress. So we have a torn a divide between the two parts, right? The two harmonious parts. And this is what the S represents fundamentally. So when we have the word like star, right? S tar. So we have the tar in the center. The letters themselves, well, R-A-T, right? R-A-T, go A-T. What does A-T mean? Well, in representation of the human, heart center bridge between the immaterial and the material, the groin center, generative center. Well, this is where this amazing shit is. It's not amazing shit, but it's like, I mean, what? But it's like, it's something that we can all absolutely relate to. It's part of our being, So we have this juncture going on within our bodies, and we also have this divided crossover, uh, torn apartness to us all, waiting to be reconstructed, waiting to be put back together. That's what I think. That's the purpose of it all. And we can easily do it. We can do it. We can handle it. Handle it. So getting back to what I was saying about the most fiendish challenge I could set for the most loved one, my son, knowing that everything will be all right in the end. It's just an experience you go through, and you will get greater joy by coming to realize that, hang on, yeah, I'm so much greater than this, and and this is just a challenge for me to, well, pass the time, whatever time is. So, well, what is time in relation to eternity? You tell me. You tell me. God himself couldn't tell me that. But of course he could. Okay. I'm going to keep this down low now. I need to get my own place, actually. I need to figure out where I need to go. Did I ever get around to rolling the joint? I don't think they had one cigarette yet. Fuck off, it's just selfish. You're just selfish. That's all. I mean, we get the grasp on what's going on out here. It's just selfish. Like, it's just like, yeah, just at my beck and call. I have to be like an Arwen. Arwen, yeah, Arwen. I've no more time for Arwen. I've no more time for Arwen now. He's yeah, you know. Anyway, it's also disappointing in a sense. It's very so disappointing to find out that there's so many actors, so many people put in place um, to sort of keep you adhered to a certain script, a certain narrative, a certain pathway. And it is disappointing, but I mean, it's just a process you have to go through, right? Make sense out of it all, and yeah, sometimes characters say things outside their bounds, and they shouldn't. And I'm not bothered by Darwin. I think he called me a sodomite or something. Well, not a sodomite. It's something along that. I think out through my arse, which is fine. I don't know, but I'm not even bothered about that. It was just what he had to say about my character, right? As if my character hasn't been exposed more than anyone's character, and pretty much all together in all the hangouts I've done here. Come off it. How are we going to hide a character in all of that offering? It's going to be fucking very good indeed. Yeah. But yeah, this is a greater context, and the fact that none of these characters will stray from a path that they've entered, sort of fully laden with they were bringing along with them something that already fucking worked out. They haven't budged from it. So what are you supposed to do? Recognize that you're dealing with bullshitters here, or there's something else going on, and sort of move on. But well, you can leave it behind. We can point it out. I reckon there's an onus on everyone to point out deception when it's at play at whatever level, but especially when it comes to levels like this, where you're talking about a sort of, say, close knit community. It's not. It's a sort of a port in a storm, isn't it? Everything else is against you. Everything else in your real life, you can't talk about any of this stuff to anyone in your real life. I don't care who you are. You can talk about this to your girlfriend or boyfriend. Well, you're blessed, and if you can develop upon all of these thoughts. But beyond that, I think you're so isolated now with your children. Absolutely, that's where you. That's where your ultimate freedom has to lie, with your expression of your idea of reality to your children. But um, yeah, this is beyond any you know, flat Earth, flat Earth, man. Come on, man. Everyone whips out their phone. Look, the Earth isn't flat. There they all have the monolith, the movie screen, right? So the movie screen representing the story that's transmitted, and that we are part of. So as the story is evolved, so our understanding of the story evolves as our understanding of ourselves within the superstructure of the story. Ultimately, it all comes back to, well, who was holding the initial camera, right? Who was making the movie? Okay, that's what I'm saying. You know, a selfish lot out there. I've been talking away for a few hours and singing away, and I didn't even get a chance to have one joint. Unless I did now, and I can't remember. Anyway, that brings me back to the story tonight. So anyway, there we go. Um, so your man says when I rang him up yesterday, because normally he just has it there. It's no big deal. Right? He just walk up the road, and he's not nothing around, and his phone was off. So I saw him today then, and they pulled up inside. I was thinking afterwards, Jesus, you couldn't have made it any more fucking suspicious looking in one sense. But they pulled up outside just Arthur's Key, of all places. And I said, oh, Jesus, that's Noel. How are you doing, Noel? What's the story, man? And he was a bit sort of brisk, business-like. And I was going, I tried to ring you there. And he looked later on. He said, give me a shout later on. It's grand. So he went off. He went over to the dock with his, what do you call it, life jacket and bits and pieces with him, with a couple other guys. Thinking it's more of it because I know he has a boat anyway, so he's just up and down fishing, or maybe just a bit of fun. He's fucking loaded anyway. He's loaded. He must be loaded. My brother says he's a millionaire. He has to be at this stage, but that's irrelevant. I don't even know him at all. But he's just this quiet fella and reasonable. No, but anyway, small city in Limerick. I was walking my way through town. As I said, it was a lovely day, and I got a couple of cans, 3 cans, and I said I'll drink them over the afternoon, just to ponder and walk around. So about 6 o'clock, I was just down by the river. It's a little bit outside town, but still, it's the main river. Like it's right at the heart of things. In comes the speedboat. I'm like, in comes the speedboat, and it wasn't speeding. It was like taking it a little bit easy, but it was like basically a speedboat with a powerful engine at the back, and there was 4 lads, right? And they had the like fucking Somalian bandits or pirates or something. Honestly, they had the what do you call it around them, and there they were in the road in along the river, and I was going, Jesus. First of all, I didn't know what was going on. It could have been the army or navy doing training or something. But I hadn't even heard that. There's Peter. Got a salute from all the lads. I got a salute from all the lads. And they were going in, honest to God, with the all the gear. You couldn't have identified them. So I guess they had to, whatever they have to do to get fucking weed into the country, isn't it? That seems a bit extreme to me, but they were after going upland and picking up what do you call it, dispatch, and bringing it back home for processing. But all the gear, that's attracting more. To me, that's ridiculous. because he, whatever he might deal, I don't know what he buys. I actually literally don't know anything what he buys. Just for years, just had a number. I know him to see him on the road from younger, and that's it. Well, anything around, yeah, call up. That's, occasionally we have a different, a little bit more of a chat, but nothing too intimate. But to see him coming up in the river now, I couldn't have identified him because it was all bandanaed up and everything, and literally their whole face like they were a desert storm or something, and they were protected against all manner of sun intrusion. Just to completely bandage up, and again coming in on a powerful enough boat, and look, I would say luckily nothing happens around most of the time. As I said, it's a small provincial town, but fucking hell, that was hilarious. That was absolutely. So I called up then, give him a ring, give him a ring when I came back. Well, and around. He said, "Yeah, call up." I said, "I'll be up on my boat." He didn't hear that, so I said, "Whatever, I'll be up in a second." But so I went up, picked up. Just don't care. It's mad. That's mad. A dog as well. He's a lovely dog. My brother has a brand new fantastic dog. Oh gosh, he's of the kind. I've said that about my own son from the earliest times. My son was the of the specimen of the kind, the perfect specimen. Uh, just anyway. I said the same thing about my brother's dog. He's a Staffordshire Pit Bull Terrier, just a perfect in literally every way. His tail is a bit bent. My brother says, "No, hang on." He says when he's excited, my brother maintains that when he's excited or when he's alert, his tail will go up like a scorpion's tail and be perfectly sort of centered and on all axes. And I say, no, there's a kink to his tail. So even though it'll go up as a kink, so there's a little bend. So that might be his only imperfection. But otherwise, perfect specimen. Um, and I'll get on to. Oh yeah. So Noel, who was up in these boat? Honestly, you had to see that up in the boat today. I couldn't have whipped out the camera and just gone. So he must have taken some time, but it's a pretty strong read. And yeah, there was his dog, a female Staffordshire Bull Terrier at the helm. All the lads. You couldn't write it. Couldn't fucking write it. And Jesus Christ, I'm thinking myself, I could have easily been. I reckon I'm not a dishonest man, but I could have easily have been dishonest. I could see how it's easily done, right? I could see how I could easily manipulate. You could easily manipulate people. I certainly got offers. I could have hung around with a guy called Lloyd. If you're out there, Lloyd, Jesus Christ, Lloyd screwed so many people. His friend was there one night, Dave. Nobody got Dave, right? But Dave was there with his pint in front of him, and Lloyd was at the other side. And me, just casual Chad Lloyd was talking with a few girls, just whatever. So the drinks were there, and there was Dave's drink and my drink, and Lloyd I knew Lloyd knew that wasn't his drink, but he came along and he took Dave's drink anyway, and Dave just said, he was so used to it, he just knows it. It's nothing you can do. He chooses to be friends with someone like that who would do that to you. But of course, I pulled him up in it. But I could easily got involved in that sort of thing. But you have to go along to get along. You know what I mean? And you have to connive, and you have to want something. Ultimately, it all comes back to yourself, doesn't it? What you are looking, what sort of need or desire you're looking to satisfy, and what extent you will go to have those needs or desires satisfied. But that's hilarious, man. If you could have pictured that, if you were there with a camera on the side, picture the lads going up the Bala up here on the speedboat. Now they were going nice and calm, they weren't drawing any unnecessary attention, but just with the get up of them. And just the whole setup, like if anyone was paying, if the fucking police or the customs or anyone like that were paying attention at all. These guys would stand out like a fucking sore thumb. But that's how lax everything is. And look, Fairfax as well. I mean, all he's doing is buying weed in, and he has to go through all of these extremes and measures. He's done time in prison for doing it, but that's all he's doing is serving. He's like the local fucking chemist down here. The chemist down here is worse, though. He told me to his face. And he told me to my face. I said, any cannabis oil there? I went in one day and I said, what's the point, like? But I did go. I said, he's selling any cannabis oil that cures cancer, and both of them just, yeah. Any notion of when you're going to get that in, or actually, why do I need to come here at all? Where's the owner? So I talked to the owner different, and he laughed it off. I have to have some way of keeping my mistress in all her finery and all this sort of nonsense stuff. It would be funny if, well, there wasn't real suffering going on, right? So this is the more serious note I was bringing attention to, and he knows it well as well. But no, in terms of fucking where we should be able to go into anywhere. This is my land. You should go and buy a bit of a plant. Get the fuck out of here. That's how crazy they've made us think we are anyway, that we have to adhere to these nonsenses. But look, everything's unfolding now. We've been encouraged to take everything much more personally, right? To understand your own natural rights, right, in terms of the greater, unfolding story that is your life. Very interesting times to be born in. Absolutely, the most one of the most interesting of all. This is 421. It would make sense in so many different senses that there's something there, that 2019 would be the year. You know, fucking full moon blasting outside. I wonder, can you see that? No, you can't. I could show. See the blasting outside. Look. Let me see if you can see. Yeah, look at that. Look. Kindly get him. Yeah. If you're telling me that doesn't have an influence on anything, well, let's have to make me pull down the fucking curtain. Now I have to go to the trouble of putting it back up again. All I wanted was the smoke. Oh, smoke. Amazing story to tell about. Another thing that happened today. That's more amazing stuff. Okay, just one more. I'll go to that. Yeah, back again. Oh gosh, well, just as I was outside, I brought you out to the statue before. Right, we had my father painted that statue, and it must be that whatever the history associated with it. He meticulously painted it before I was born, and that's been hanging up on the outside, overlooking everything down the stairway for years and years and years. I don't take any notice of it, right? But at the center we have Jesus point the heart and a specific fractured pattern associated with the heart. Just looking at that fractured pattern at the moon, if you're in the Western world at this moment, and you can see the moon outside your window, go out and have a look and ponder it. Sort of relax your eyes into not expecting to see anything, just see what happens. And be able to discern this particular shard like pattern so that associated with the moon. It's a consistency with the moon. So just to see it on, I saw it before, but just to be reminded of it, there we have the same pattern associated with Jesus, and inside them we have the heart with the chain around it, all in very meticulous detail. And what does that? What does that say? Where's the key to the heart? Like where um, how can how can the unchaining begin? You have to find the key, isn't it? Right? Every lock has its key. Every chain has its weakest link. So we're not looking for the weakest link in a sense. Intellectually, we are, and yeah, we can work our way through the chess puzzle that is, well, this great endeavor we call life. And I look, it looks slightly egg-shaped, yeah? But I think that's down to forceps birth. You know, come out, you ballock. Although I was pretty. My sister was horrendous. My mother said if she had a gun, she would have shot my sister, and then no, she would have shot herself. And if she could have, she would have shot me afterwards to come. But she said it was that bad. And me, in whether it was in absolute terms or in relative terms, very very quiet and silent. Yeah, didn't cry at all. According to my mother, and was pretty quiet all my life as well. Well, I still am a very quiet man. You know what? I don't know what you see. I don't know what you see. I'm a very quiet, gentle man. But at the same time, if someone's doing wrong or something, if something has to be said or something, come on. It only occurred today, actually. I had to say, hang on, that's not right. So we have to say something about when we see something that's not right. Because if we don't, then the people who are doing the things that are not right will just get away with it. But we know that they won't get away with it as well. They'll do what they did. Pretty much what they did was what they were doing was around the park again, just Key Park, filming people's reaction to when they were just squirting bottles of water over them, just from a distance, sort of the whole open the top and just that sort of pestering. Um, but you don't know what's in it, like, and people who are these little thug-like teenagers just disrupting the peace for no good reason. So they have to be called out in that. But yeah, just why did I get onto that? Conehead, because that's what I was thinking of, Conehead. So it all goes back to the force. Yeah, so my sister, yeah, I was a quieter rival, whether relatively or absolutely, but it is the way it is, right? And we are the way we are. But from the moment we're here, all of these different clues are there for it, right? All there is right now is this moment. So I'm just a collection of um, ultimately, what am I collection of, right? Thoughts, memories. Um, now that'll be proven true right now, as how many times have I said? Listen to these type of hangouts, waste of time for the most part. The most is to be learned from the chat, interaction, possible interactions. With throw out a few questions that you're working on. Why is no one working on any questions these days? When I ask Rumpus or something, are you working on any personal question? No, no, everything's sorted really. And I'll come in here every day and tell you that I've everything sorted and trying to bring you back to something that you already knew better than what I knew or what I know now. Yeah, so I'm happy to do that. Where do you go with that, right? You understand there's a different game in play. That's why actors like Nathan Oakley can never say that people like George Lucas or any of the returning Bola antagonists are operatives, agents. You can never say it because that would be exposing his own part. But that's part of the part. You were always meant to see through the part anyway. So again, coming to greater realization, should have left all of this stuff behind and focused on. Well, if you're still in the arena, what are the greater motivations behind all of this coordinated effort? Who is the greater controlling force? Um, how deep does it go? I mean, what's your grasp on your ability to make any sense, head or tail, out of anything, not to mind everything that we've come to throw out and sort of relearn from scratch, right? What is the real story of all of this? But I just, yeah, I'll go into chat now. Sorry about that. That's what happened. I didn't get past the. I don't even mention the first song that I really in depth as I should have done. Um, yeah, that's from Steve as well. And Steve, I have a version of Steve singing that on piano, which is very dear. And well, it's a beautiful song in itself. When I pointed out the mountains in the palm of my hand, so yeah, a greater story has been told through all of these artistic efforts. That's it. The way I look at Bob Dylan now, Neil Young, the same Radiohead, I still have a bit more reverence for them, but no, I still understand that they're part of the greater production. But um, it's in one sense, it sort of takes away from the individuality. You know what I mean? All I can do is go from where I'm um, arriving at everything at. And that's from all I know is my own individuality. That's all I know is, you know, it's all I've ever had to go on. And I should think I'm even, uh, it's just, I spend large portions of my life isolated. You know, I haven't been with my son from the start because myself and his mother weren't together from the start. And when I took it to the court, I was tricked into taking it. But I sort of don't have a choice as well, you know. But they ended up offering or giving me, telling me that I have my son, who was probably obviously about 5 or 6 months at the time. Um, yeah, from what was it? Yeah, 10 to 6 every Wednesday, and every second Saturday from 10 to 6 as well. So he was living in Ennis, I was living in Limerick here. So that's I remember thinking. I mean, all the intervening times was just about killing time. I lived my life from Wednesdays to every second Saturday. So lots of spells in terms of isolation. But you know, I think I did. I'm not speaking as an isolated individual here. I think this is what we all can relate to. No man is an island, is the saying. Every man is an island. Every man. And occasionally have interactions, sometimes close interactions with other islands, but ultimately, from beginning to end, maybe that's the nature of this. Yeah, we are islands. Actually, going back to the true nature, where everything's a mix of, well, where you can find the clues. My head looks weird, actually, in the screen here. Does it look weird to anyone else? Okay. Yeah, that's how I get. Yeah, so about the opening song, just all the things that that brings to mind, and that's how I get distracted then, and no agenda, right? No agenda. It's just a chat, and as I said, no more exemplified than tonight. Don't be listening to anything that's going on in any of these chats. Pay attention to the text itself and what you can learn from interactions there, if for good or bad. Everything is a positive experience in terms of realization. All the characters are there to persist in their role and to ultimately be seen through. Right? Then you just move on to the next layer. You ask the question, well, who are they, etc., etc. Wherever you take it from there, that's down to yourself. Wherever you're at, that's down to yourself. And the signs are there anyway. That's one thing I'm certain of. And in the last 20 years, post 9/11, all of this, I guess in one sense, it's like it's given us the opportunity to empower our minds, empower ourselves, but without direct interactions. You know, sometimes spoils it. So it's a sort of an intellectual pursuit when we talk about life on the internet here. What exactly I'm doing here? Imagine this 50 years ago. Imagine your grandparents or whatever who just jump in this setting and say, "What the fuck is?" You need help. Say that now, but imagine. I mean, what am I doing? Talking to a monitor monolith on its side with Hal, Hal in the center with the camera. That's how you see it there. Hal, the camera, there's the light. Mm. Any greater significance? And there we have the fucking, there we have the moon outside, shining like a, well, like the heart of the sun, like the heart of the sun. When I look at the moon now, as I say, and I've pointed this out so many times before as well with the Jesuit sun, the IHS. You often see that this shard-like pattern associated with the sun. Then we have it associated with Jesus' heart outside here. There's no changing that history. I can vouch that that's been there. I'm only about that's been there all our lives. So no one changing that. So that pattern is fixed there, and that now that pattern, by me anyway, can be equated to ultimately the unlocking of the heart back to Aristarchus, right? The heart of the tree of life. Tree of life is all encompassing. So looking at that shard-like pattern, looking at the moon now, I can see it. I can see it, and you can see. I can see it with the sun. I can see it everywhere. As I was talking earlier on about the cloud patterns and the child at the center of the hula hoop with massive hula hoop with the different same patterns like a pony or whatever printed along it. They're looking different because you were looking at it from a different perspective. This is what we have to get back to in terms of our childlike examination of the skies, the clouds. Clouds hold the key. Clouds do hold, well, everything holds the key, but the clouds particularly hold the key. They sort of are intermediary between the heavens and the earth, right? And well, they hold the key in so many different ways. Can anyone tell me, flat Earth or anyone who's in chat? Tom, multi-Tom, how you doing? I don't want to pick on you, Tom. How you doing? I don't know what you mean by that, Cleary. Or do I? Are you tripping? Yeah, man. My head was like. Yeah, it's all, you see, I'm trying not to. I understand that the visuals and what can be fucked up, right? So I'm trying not to focus on that. When I relate to the screen, this is how unnatural it all is, right? So, but it's okay. But I'm just relating to the screen here. So we have my little Hal at the top, and as again for grandparents or grandparents jumped in this situation, just a fly on the wall and go, oh, yeah, how far we've come. What's going on? Where's all the music? Yeah, where's all the love in the room? Yeah, well, progress, right? Evolution. Um, well, evolution, love you, shun. Love you, shun. You take the love out of it. This is what evolution is. Everything's random. Everything's chaotic. There's no fifth element to anything. Everything is designated. Everything is determined. Everything is listed. Everything is qualified. Everything is quantified. Everything is, in short, known. Yet the best you can put out. No, I'm not saying this in any sense, but yet the best you put out there. Paper explanator, George Hadnock, Rumpus. You know, I make shit of them all in 5 minutes flat, and I have done. Paper explanator conceded to me. This is where intellectually he conceded to me way back. And there's a whole story. You don't know. This story is recorded somewhere. Paper explanator apparently is committed suicide now. We're told. If you didn't know that, who's in chat? Lee, you remember Paper Explanator. Tom, what about Paper Explanator committing suicide? Arwen was the bearer of that bad news to us. How did that hit you? You remember these characters? And you remember when, not to get into it, but shit, it's all entwined, right? It's all theater. But I recognized Paper Explanator. This brought me onto these Google Hangouts in 2015 to begin with. I was listening in and I said, hang on, I fucking know that guy. I said, that's the guy I exposed up in fakeologist.com for having a voice changer. So we talked about that for ages over there in Fakeologist, about 2014, 13. A little it was sort of associated with Clues Forum and September Clues, but not specifically, right? It wasn't. There was no hard and fast. I certainly had no affiliation, but it was generally a fakeologist cesspit in one sense, where we'd all gathered around, and the numbers were few and far between. You always and ever the 9/11 media and victim hoax caused controversy. Always, even to this day, it does. You know? So What does that tell you? What does that tell you? Different story in play. So the literal will always be, sort of hurdles will always be kept in play, although I think that's changing now. The landscape is changing, but the hurdles will always be in play, and it's waiting for you, then the individual, to well, recognize, approach, and deal with, and leave behind the hurdle, and move on to the greater course, greater destination, wherever that is, right? I think I didn't even say hello to anyone in chat, and I meant Juan Carlos. If you're still here, man, the opening. No, I used to be. I thought it was grand myself, but anyone who was ringing my phone at one particular point anyway, I recorded this as my message. Right? So, hello. I'm afraid there's more by now. Cause you're feeling all alone. Don't fret. Cause I got an answer phone. So please leave a message after the tone. I will get back to you when I if you rang my number, you wouldn't be surprised if you got that and you went, oh, for fuck's sake. And that's just, I think back to the old days when mobile calls were probably a little bit more expensive. So you're going to yourself, yeah, there's fucking another £2 on my bill now just from being told there's no one here before you can even leave a message. But yeah, it's funny. But that was to you, Juan Carlos, because you were here at the start. But everything for a reason. So I never sang that before, I don't think, on air. I actually developed that into not a completely variant theme, but I developed it into a more complete song. So I really want to get back to. My head looks weird. I think it's just the camera lighting here as well. This yellow light, it's not my. It's not weird. But yeah, clearly to answer your question, definitely, man. Definitely, man. A very interesting encounter, just a chance encounter with a guy today, and telling him about flat Earth, and he was going, "Yeah, I know with a couple of guys, and they're into flat Earth, but I don't know, all this was." I said, "Man, you man, if you don't take it seriously or not." So we're just chatting away a little bit, and well, of course, flat Earth is just the beginning. Once you've decided that what you held to be true is not true. Right? So that what you always knew was the case, that you're living on something that's stationary and certain things are revolving around you. Yeah. Where do you go from there? That's the next big sort of jumping off point. But yeah, we got involved in that. And then I say it was like down the road, so down the north south road, actually, Sherburn Road. But at the end of the road, he said, "Look, bud, very nice to meet you and all that." Likewise, I gave him a cigarette, and before I did, he said, "Here, have that." I said, "What's that?" And he says, "That's tab, acid, man." I said, "What?" I said, "I've never tried acid. I try acid, man." So yeah, that was an encounter, and yeah, very nice man. I hope we'll see him again, and maybe he'll consider some of the stuff, because it's all about basic level of consideration, right? So he was telling me, and I agreed with him. And I even suggested, well, more so, he was telling me he had different experience. I said, "Man, if you don't mind me saying it, like, you look a bit gaunt, you sort of look a bit, your eyes look a bit sunken in, but you know, he's his own story or whatever, dealing with all manner of addictions, and then he found LSD, or he found DMT, he said." Yeah. I said, "Wait a minute." He said, he hasn't gone near, he would never go near cocaine again. He said, the amount of cocaine, well, he didn't get into much detail, but we can all appreciate it, like, just, shoveled into his body, I'm sure, over the years, but he'd never go near it again. Because this is, and I agreed with him. I said, if every alcoholic was given, as I imagined it anyway, not so much LSD, but what I imagine DMT. I tried to make some myself, and I sort of did a half-fast job. It's like one of those times you try for the first time, and you should expect wishy-washy results, but you perfect it after that. But I still have this stuff here, mimosa hostilis bark. So it's a particular root of a particular plant that you just process it and take the active crystals out of it. So I sort of not half-hearted, wholeheartedly tried to, and with varying results. But as I said, I just got to try it once, and then everything sort of went haywire. um, but yeah, he was talking about that and how it absolutely shifts focus on everything, and it takes you to sort of a much more deeper level. So he was obviously a regular user of LSD. Never tried it myself, but I said to myself, the one thing I want to seek out here is mushrooms over the next month or two, especially. And there's plenty of forests around here, so just go foraging for particular mushrooms, and definitely that's probably the last bridge I have to cross, I think. Because I'm on my 47, never had a acid trip, and I was thinking along those lines. I had that. Not scared about anything. Not scared about anything at all. Right? I've faced up to my own. Where are you going to escape to, right? So I've not, unless demons come out of my arse now, and I don't know how to handle it. I think I can handle pretty much everything else that's thrown at me, but I don't want to tempt any fate or anything like that. But no, I didn't take the whole tablet, so definitely feeling some effects. But don't worry about that. What I put into my body, I'm my own sovereign entity under the creator, right? I can do what I want. These are all conduits for us. We have to understand the relation between, well, this is where contract law is. We all are contractually obliged on the pre-arrangements, right? This is why we're here in the first place. These are why all these things are offered us. But at the same time, we can understand our relationship between, the living man, right, and any other entity that is created off of the back of the living man, the legal name being the primary. So we can understand the distinction. And when we have a different backdrop, a different context for our lives, then it's these simple things that make all the difference, isn't it? That's the first thing you're taught in your name, isn't it? Isn't it funny when I think about it, friends, with Stephen, and his mom agreed with me, they were anxious to get a name as he was leaving the hospital. Steve, look, it had to be what it was. He was born prematurely. I think it would have been grand. It doesn't matter. Whatever. He was, for the first 5 days, he was sort of in an incubator, and he missed out on that natural bond. May have a reason, my love. My son is one eye as well. My Steve is one eye, and but now everything for a reason. See, I think the division is over. So the division is over. So when we think about the S-tar, right, and I've talked about this, more so in terms of recent considerations anyway, but the tar being the semen, the able-bodied semen, this is what gives rise to our material universe when the semen meets the egg. So in terms of the meeting, what if it's a disassociation, a disintegration, and it's a reunion as opposed to a meeting to begin with? I think that's what it comes down to. And is the egg the inversion of the sperm? Yeah. Now that we've come to, I suppose, and it was always before, it was right beyond material consideration. Well, it all seems a little obvious in one sense, isn't it? Because it was always with us. Or constituent being. So yeah, let's get back to the start. How are you doing, Juan Carlos? That was my message from my phone, and what's it come back about? 15 years in this, more 15 years in this stage. Brings back memories. I decided to sing it. I threw it all away. I should be taking it easy as well, actually. Nothing stressing my mind. I'm not trying to think of conversation. I'm just trying to remember what the fucking second song was. Oh yeah, Johnny I Hardly Knew You, of course it was. And then My Heart to Know It, all around midnight of Friday the 13th with the full fucking moon outside. Crazy stuff. So Jesus Christ Superstar just came into my brain. Jesus represents a divided state. This is what we have to realize. It's not an ideal to be reconciled in that sense. You're working at it backwards. So we have come from and we're told this in so many different fronts, aren't we? But we have come from a more unified origin, and everything has been disassociated. So, no greater love felt, I guess, than the love of repair, you reckon? The love of remembering. Imagine, and I'm absolutely certain this is the case. Like, I mean, we all meet again with our loved ones. And imagine you knew just instantaneously in your brain at this very instant you knew that was the case. Would you be anxious to meet that, or to forward that reunion point, or would you give yourself a little bit of time before you would present yourself more respectably, right? Mentally and otherwise? Yeah, interesting. I was just gonna. I'm sitting here in the boring room. It's just another rainy Sunday afternoon. Wasting my time, I got nothing to do. I'm hanging around, I'm waiting for you, but nothing I find. And I wonder, I'm driving around in my car, I'm driving too fast, I'm driving too far. I like to change my point of view. I feel so lonely, I'm waiting for you, but now never happen. And I wonder how, I wonder why. Yesterday you told me that blue sky and all that I can see is just a young lemon tree. Turn my head up and down, turning, 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 turning around, and all that I can see is just the lemon tree. Da dee da 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 da. Da dee da 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 da. Da dee da da. I'm sitting here amongst the pile. I'd like to go out taking a shower. There's a head cloud inside my head. I feel so tired. Put myself into bed when nothing happens. And I wonder, isolation is not good for me. Isolation, I wanna sit on a lemon tree. I'm stepping around in the dead of joy. Baby, anyhow, I get another toy. And everything will happen. And I wonder how, I wonder why. Yesterday you told me about the blue sky, and all that I can see is just the young lemon tree. Turn my head up and down, turn around, and all that I can see, and all that I can see, and all that I can see is just the yellow lemon tree. Excellent song, friends. Excellent song. I was just thinking about in a little bit more detail, Lemniscate, right? Lemniscate. So that elaborate word was chosen to represent the symbol for infinity. Now, what does infinity mean? It's within the context of a material realm, right? So we mentioned the countable. This is what the one represents in relation to the one and the zero of the theta being all things material and immaterial. So yeah, the one is the countable. Right? So everything that's countable, everything that's of material nature can be divided. So it has a solidity to it. And well, not to, if I could talk about my thoughts on that. Well, I've said it so many times before, everything is a metaphor, right? If you take the literal, you lose. The lie is built on the truth. You want to look at it like that. And when we look at the heliocentric lie, we can do well to recognize the lie. But if we just throw it out, then, well, we're leaving a lot of meat on the bones, so to say, because we can come to understand that the only prime cause behind, a motive factor behind its superstructure, the superstructure of the lie, is the truth itself. So if we're on that search, we can maneuver where we don't have to destroy everything in our pathway. This is the point. Or discard everything that is presented. Yet, as I said, we can look at it as metaphor, and indeed that's exactly what it is. And no greater metaphor. Then again, the moon is just bearing down. You can feel it. It's not that you can feel it. Always known. I've been sun gazing for the longest time, so I've always considered this energized environment that we're in and how it affects the component parts, right? Actually, what are the component parts? Yeah, back to the basic question, is a flat earther? Let me roll another number. What have you replaced the vacuum of space with, friends? What have you replaced it with? And if you're going to tell me, you're my friend for so long, and you know how deadly serious all of this endeavor is, right, to try to make sense out of all this madness and craziness, If you're going to tell me you don't know and it doesn't matter, well, that's on you, I suppose. Because, well, for me, it ultimately matters. Absolutely, ultimately matters. Once you decide what isn't, when you know something isn't, well, you're saying what is doesn't count. We know a million and billion and one trillion and one things can't be. There's only one thing that can be. So to not focus on that and to focus on something that isn't, well, that seems contrived, artificial, somehow, robotic, logical. Well, computers can't deal with zero and infinity, but neither can man. Neither can man, and neither can mathematics as well. So it can't be incorporated or encompassed in the mind, because that's what the mathematics are an expression of. So yeah, the lemon skate. Lemon skate. How would you break down that word? I have my thoughts on that, but I'd like to see how you would break it down. And of course, we have the 8 at the end, the ATE, and the 8 on its side represents the infinity. So when we think about the sign, similar to lemon skate, what does it actually represent? Well, to you in your brain, the best way you can encompass it is, if you want, think of a table full of apples, right? And think of a eternally long table uh, with an eternally long layer of apples, and you're counting from the start. And yeah, that's the best way you can sort of encapsulate infinity. So the fact that you have 8 on its side, first of all, out of kilter, well, will tell you that. Well, yeah, the material, the heliocentric realm is not all it's made out to be. And when I mean not all, as in not all, right? Because that's all it is, the heliocentric Big Bang, the big fuck, right? So no greater no greater monument to the material than the fuck, right? The coming together of the physical parts to create, well, the spark, right? Um, two live wires reconnected, two disparate parts rejoined. That's it. That's the wonders we're in the midst of. But yeah, the point is, there's something that is, and that's the truth, I guess. The truth is being disintegrated. So it's we are coming from a where we don't have the proper perspective. So we're right in the heart of it. So we're getting a skewed perspective. It's like with that example of looking at the clouds or a young child within a massive hula hoop. So I don't know how that came across, but the way I was picturing it, so you have a massive hula hoop, right? And she's looking at the inside. You're at the very center, and it's way out, like in the distance, and you can see all the ponies on the inside of it. But as they're going across the sky, they look different. So it's almost as if they're if you looked at them in tandem, a process of motion, a cartoon or a stop motion effort as you were looking around the hula. So yeah, that's the way. That's the way I look at clouds now. That's the way I look at everything. That's what helps. That's what helped me to see the Milky Way on the moon. First of all, I mean, as I'm looking at the moon here, let me see if I can see it. I'm actually going to see right here, and I'm just going to have a look. Can I see the Milky Way on the moon? I know certain features. I absolutely see the Milky Way on the moon, but I'm thinking about, can I see Aristarchus? It does the light. It's so bright. God, it's so bright. It's like you're in a dark room, and in the distance, like you're in a warehouse, right? And in the distance, there's a light after going on somewhere, but there's a few mirrors around as well, so we're getting an exaggerated effect. That's how closely it all appears to me, and it's not just because I met your man today, Mark, but no, It's the sort of mindset I've been in for the longest of times. When you're a flat earther, everything is much more up close and personal, isn't it? So from that moment on, and is it a moment? No. So yeah, I'm considering this anyway. Back to 2011, 12, back 13, I would say definitely the kid came down just because we were discussing it. We were discussing it, I was thinking about it. I had a trip over to America as well. So all of these things were just, and the one actually when um, yeah, just a few amazing things stood out. But one of the things that stood out when I went down to California Sky was just how everything looked that much more distant. It was like how does this work? Why does the sky look further away? Why I know it's up in a particular setting, and I can sort of incorporate different climates and different atmospheres as we're up in the mountains and all that, but it still looked further away. So it shouldn't have looked farther away. But yeah, that was one of the things that did stick out to me so much. And well, it's what I incorporate now into my thinking that the barrier that we're under, the outer barrier, begins low at the north and it's highest at the equatorial areas and lowest again at the southern peripheral, so all the way around. Um, but yeah, that was pivotal in my thinking there, and I haven't changed from that. I haven't changed from that. Whatever the greater mechanism, as I started to point out earlier on, whatever the greater mechanism is, I think that's there to be worked out. But that we're dealing with a singular source for me is long since established. Really is, like, So as I go to have a cigarette, if you know what I mean. Yeah, I look at the moon, and I guess in one sense that's where it all began. Maybe 3 years ago, when it just occurred to me. Well, along the dodo path as well. I was also thinking about lots of different things. Eratosthenes, for instance, I had decoded in the sense it's an anagram of sees not Earth, and he's put forward as the man who saw Earth for the first time. I saw in inverted commas, wrongly so, right, in its globular, the spherical form. So I was understanding way back then that look, we're dealing with a different tale being told here. And when I found the milk around the moon, and it spanned crater from crater Eratosthenes, unbelievable, to crater Eudoxus. That's where I detailed it from. So I had close up. I did a close up inspection. I said that's where I decided it began and ended. Now this is taking up not half the span, about a third of the span of the moon. Don't forget. So I pinpointed two uh, where everything seemed to sort of begin and end. And well, one of those happened to be Crater Eratosthenes, which is sees not Earth, right? The first guy to see Earth, and then the exiting crater, as I called it, was Eudoxus, Eudoxus, an anagram of U Exodus. So, and so as I go and have a smoke, I reminisce in those days and we'll see what energies are waiting to be absorbed from the full moon. It's not quite full. It's not quite full. It's after going the other way around. It's amazing. I can't believe I have two cans. I only got 5 cans, I think. Hmm. Well, well, a few things occurred to me now. One is I can't believe how much beer I have left. 2 cans. That's amazing. This leaflet was just lying around, happened to lie around. Interesting little read, actually. Interesting little read. I think all of these source organizations here, they all have access to the higher truth. So it's the same sort of hand behind everything, especially all of these greater um, publications at this time, specifically at this time, especially. And it goes into very good detail here about, well, the way I interpret it, there's no escaping from self. You will be your own biggest judge. You're appointed. The Son is appointed to do the judgments in I'm not going to say in lieu of the Father. So why would the Son? Because the flesh judges the flesh. Right? Excellent. I didn't know I had two cams there, so I'm going to put it there. Yeah, the moon, of course, has a massive influence. So as I looked at so two things occurred. I was thinking during the week, or before that, how the moonlight, what would happen in terms of the dew as it settles, right? And now it's just after, as I was just thinking it in terms of a thought experiment, and how would you go about practically demonstrating it? Well, now it's just after occurring. So in the full moon, I'm looking at the roof, short, narrow little iron top next door, and you can see the dew settling very, very gradually as the night wears on. And today would have certainly murdered lots of dew because we had open skies, so clear evening, meant for a colder evening, so the dew settles much more quickly. Quickly, there's hardly any dew outside in direct moonlight. So I'd have to qualify what I've already been thinking, that everything we perceive is via it's the water everywhere, it's water particulate everywhere. This is how we actually see. So it's the interaction between source energies and the water everywhere, right? This goes back to the nature of what lies beyond, and also the nature of what withholds us from what's beyond. So, flat earthers will say there is a container, but when it comes to investigating the nature of the container, ain't nobody got time for that. Are you saying that can't play a role in everything? Nobody got time for that, it seems. Uh, yeah. What if you replace the vacuum of space with them still waiting for answers? For give you some sort of an answer, right? What is the sun? You do some sort of an answer. Come on. What's the point otherwise? But even if my answers are wrong, I still have some sort of an answer to give. And where I stepped off early doors was understanding that I'm not going to say understanding as if it's an overnight thing, but the earth is flat essentially, but something's moving, and everything seems to be moving in unison, in tandem now. Great, and this is all recorded as well in one of my earlier hangouts. Great realization was when I was down at the local pub, and it's like it's like a bell jar, right? There's a light inside, so it's just reflecting the light. And whatever it was reflecting the light one day, as I was pondering flat Earth, having a drink or whatever, and as I walked around it, I noticed that from one perspective, seemed like a sort of a random distribution. So there was no coherence. All I saw myself was just the light being scattered against this dome-like glass boundary. but not in any particular coherent way. But as I walked around it, then suddenly all of these uh, seemingly disparate rays focused in on something that, look, my friends, I wish I had a camera to, or I could still go down now. I said, I'm banned from the pub. But something remarkably sun-like. All you could say is that's a setting sun. And so my thoughts have developed from there, just in terms of what sort of energized system are we within, and if there's a certain story being told, then what pieces can we gather from what's left for us? Ultimately, what is the nature of this greater path or greater adventure we're on here? Where does it all lead? So yeah, uh, so that settles it. Well, I have to rethink it now. But what was my position? Because of course we're told about the moonlight being colder in the sorry, something being colder in the it's counterintuitive. Well, based on the official story, something is colder in so yeah, if in daylight something's in the shade, it's going to be colder, right? It's going to be less exposed to temperature. So if the moon is a reflection of the sun and gathers that some of that intrinsic heat and it's reflecting it out, then something in the shade from the moonlight should absolutely be, if this is the case, um, um, colder, colder. Hang on now, let me get everything inverted. See, I just went for a fucking cigarette at the window, and but yeah, there's a distinct lack um, of dew forming in the full moonlight, and I'm happy with that because that's exactly what I thought would happen, and it proves a whole hell of a lot now, actually. So grateful for that. Another thing I realized is that at the window, well, the moon is the sperm and the egg. It's the propagation of the sperm within the egg. It's the reunification of two disparate parts. That's what it is. You see it now, and this is what's been represented throughout the spiral of life. And that's the connecting factor. The tree of life, of course. What is the tree of life? Mount Meru, we're pointed towards it, but it's one of those mythological terms. Oh yeah, Mount Meru, heard all about it, makes great sense. We're pointed towards something, um, from so many different cultures throughout the past, of utmost significance going on at the north. Access Monday, etc. All of these stuff, but it's all in the realms of mythology, right? It's intangible. We can entertain the thought. We can appreciate the imagery presented, but it remains forever in those realms. Well, no, it doesn't. This is the whole point. It doesn't. The tree of life is all encompassing, and it's always been before all of us. And what's that tree of life? Well, Aristarchus. That's the name designated. This is the story as it goes. Aristarchus. But well, as everything spirals inwards, we get to the very center of Aristarchus, and what we find? Tar, right? Tar. Now, Aristarchus, um, as the story goes, it was the originator of the heliocentric model. Look into it. Aristarchus of Samos. Samos, Am-S-O-S, Am-S-O-S. Very close to Jesus. What do you reckon? Jesus, je, I am, je, I, you SOS. So Jesus is the divided state. Samos, that's the divided state as well. The originator of the heliocentric model, which had the sun at the center, and was the first to describe the sun as a star. He lived till he was 80 years of age. 80. How do you get the 8? The infinity, the lemon skate. How do you bring the lemon skate into existence? That's a good question now, please. Well, it's a good question. How do we bring the lemon skate into existence? Well, I've talked about this so many times. The zero being the infinity, the twisted zero. So the material emerging from the immaterial necessarily. Everything ultimately, I think, goes back to a pure crystal, just one pure, infinitely small crystal. This is God, like this is everything. But everything we're experiencing as a manifest of that. Yeah. What do you think yourself? What do you think yourself? If I mention I don't know, let me think about it. Oh fuck's sake! Remember that? Where have you been? What's going on here? Remember there was a news story that came out, and there was four pilots. I had a great laugh about this. Right? There was a plane allegedly after crashing in San Francisco at the time, and there was sort of much. Remember, there was loads of hype around disappearing and strange happenings. I knew from the start it was all. A whole lot of it was fabricated. But how much more obvious did they need to make it? One particular story came on and made the, you can type this into YouTube yourself, but this particular Asian airline was in difficulties. And, oh no, actually, this is part of the story. Was it? It was, yeah. It was part of the story associated with the plane that was supposed to have crashed in San Francisco. And you see some of the footage shows the plane literally going up like this. So it comes in and it goes up like this and then flaps down again. And then cut to the next day's newspaper stories, and you have people walking out from the main fuselage with their suitcases. Nothing happened at all. Um, this sort of incongruity, and it's obviously clear that we're always meant to see through it. But if you didn't see the joke in that itself, well, then you go to the names. One with a serious face reading out the story, and let me get the list straight. So, yeah, before the crash, it turns out that there was four professional pilots on board. Now, what was the story? Oh yeah, the names of these pilots. I don't think they were casual. Yeah, maybe they were casualties. They threw in a lot of casualties in here. So go back to maybe 2013, San Francisco plane crash or something like that. But news just then, yeah, four pilots were aboard the dead, and the names are just coming our way now. And let me just get the correct order. Oh, hang on, no, I have it wrong now. So hang on, let me get that. Oh yeah, so we have Captain. Yeah, the sort of full names of the Asian pilots, and I'm listed among the dead, and then after being released. So this is on top of all of the rest of the nonsense, So when you see the plane going up, and you see the people walking out. If you investigate it a little bit, even. But yeah, the four names that have been released. We have Captain Something Wong, Captain Wee Too Low, Captain Holy Folk, and Captain Ding Bang Ao. That's the way it was presented, friends. So I mean, literally. So Calvi had the sort of among the list of the dead of four respected Asian pilots, and we have the names now released. So we have Captain uh, Something Wang, Captain Wee Tulo, Captain Holy Fook, and Captain Ding Bang Ao. Well, if you don't believe me, you're going to believe the mainstream news. Right? You're going to believe the official story. It's hilarious, isn't it? It's hilarious and how in your face. So I think we're always meant to see the hilarity in all of this. Um, yeah, just to bring it back home. Well, Aristarchus, yeah, where does that come into it? So Aristarchus, the originator of the heliocentric model, right? The heliocentric HEL, right? The L, material, um, materialism, where everything reverts back to just a purely material base, right? This is the heliocentric model. So who's responsible for that? Aristarchus of Samos, right? So Samos, Sams, X Christmas, right? Christmas, Xmas, right? Xmas, X S, right? So we have a divided state. And what do you do to bring the divided state? Well, the whole E, right? So we have the SEX, the whole E spirit, in the name of the Father and the Son and the whole E spirit. Amen. Amen. Adam, Eve. A man is as much good without a woman as a woman is without a man. And no good or every good in one sense. But there is a natural order, and well, as again, for me, two choices. We're either forced into this or we consent. When I say we consent into experiencing division for the purposes of reunification. And this is what this is what history has been all about. And this is what everything has been pointing and been building up towards, as I see it. And well, decapitated tree of life, reunification. We're promised reunification with the tree of life, Jesus, in Revelations 22. This is the literal and the metaphorical tree of life. Aristarchus, Christ's aura, Christ's golden sun. Aristarchus, yeah, decapitated above, castrated. Where can you see it? First of all, they decided to name the most mysterious crater. When I say they now, science, right? Sins, right? SIGN. What is sin? S and N are the divided state. My Kododo, I knew, yeah, in one sense, it was complete, but I knew there was something missing as well. And Joe was missing the other half, the other half, counting from the back to the front, because it depends on which orientation you're at, which perspective you're coming from, and well, everything always having a center of gravity, a pivotal point, to balance on a needle. That's within us as well. I think that translates. Is our heart? Is this the pivotal point here? If you have a feather either way, you're going down. Is this the absolute center pivotal point? I think it is, but it has to come with certain realizations, and I think this divided state of being not just externally like the earth heart, right? So I have to remember that I possibly deceived myself to the end. My son was setting me this game of life. I'm going, all right, you little shit. Yeah. What next? What next trap? Because I know it's not quite the end. What next trap might there be? And so it's not a trap. I'm going to look at it in that sense. But what do I need to not take for granted? And well, one of those things that I've certainly pointed out a lot is the importance of anagrams or letters. The letters chosen to represent an idea. So we have the ether, the heart, and the earth. This is not incidental. So I mentioned about the dog Star, or Dog and God backwards, or Dogma. All of these sounds, these letters chosen to represent a specific um, general concept. So yeah, is there a greater rhyme and reason to everything? And of course there is. There has to be, but to what degree then? To what degree are we going to be tricked, And to what degree do we have to keep fucking looking at something, an inversion of an inversion of an inversion, before we actually hone in on the truth? Well, this is what I've been talking about in a different sense, about Aristarchus. And when we look at the moon, all of those craters on the moon, Jimbo, let me, if you're listening, Jimbo Khan, at some point, because it can be sort of a strange story to jump in on without the context, right? Or without having maybe heard me over over the years at this stage talk about the picture I painted anyway. And given lots of compelling little tidbits here and there, which point us towards this greater story being told and unraveled in a sense that spans history as we know it, and the state we find ourselves in, to this divided state. And the divided state of us, Amaru Kar, I mentioned earlier on, Amaru, go around. So when we look at the word, Meru, me, are you. I think fundamentally it's bringing that equation into the forefront now that we've made our way beyond spinning ball Earth, heliocentric Big Bang reality. So now we can look at what is being presented to us with much keener eyes and much simpler eyes as well. So it's like the star Sirius, and how significant Sirius is, a dog star, massive role it had to play in 9/11. Not aware of that. I've spoken about that before. Through the Washington Archway, when Tower 1 was fallen. First, when it should have fell second, whatever way, everything has been intertwined, to give you that deep impression that you need to invert everything. There's mirrors everywhere. And when you sort of decode or see, first of all, see that you're in a hall of mirrors, both in terms of external and internal perception, well, then you can start to unravel it. So when it came to finding the Milky Way on the moon, first of all, yeah, that was just now it's just a by the way, because uh, uh, that sway that plays such a prominent part in the sky of people who are in a certain proximity or relation to the barrier at a certain contour or around equatorial areas. They experience the Milky Way sway as it does its daily pass. Um, I don't see it here. I don't see it here, but yeah, once I could understand that there was this sort of reflection, there's a whole mirror thing going on. But then on the moon itself, I could wrap everything, um, recoil everything in on itself. And when I did that, then everything comes back to one crater alone. All the disparate craters are all just expressions of the same crater, like in a whole of kaleidoscopic mirrors. I don't know how to explain it. Right, a whole of spherical mirrors, but there's this. You have a sort of dynamic going on, which is confusing the issue. But at the same time, there's a greater. It's not random. The clockwork is not just from the blind watchmaker. You know, So yeah, well, understanding that context first, that's the primary context. First of all, that there's a greater that there's a greater story in play here, and we are just piecing it together, as opposed to us breaking any new ground. None of this ground, nothing is new here. Nothing new under Aristarchus. Absolutely not. But we can come to read the story, and we can come to read our own part in that unfolding story. Whatever that part may be, you decide. I guess you decide. You decide. Man, I can't believe I have so much beer left. And so much weed left as well. And the guy came along and gave me a fucking tab of acid. I didn't take it. I didn't take it all, like, but that's mad. That's mad. I was thinking today, well, once again, go live. That's the instruction. Go live. What does it mean to live? That's my instruction now. Go live. And is that at the ultimate point? Fucking hell, I'm 47. It's no age at all, is it? It's no age at all. I have plenty of time to live. All the time in the world. You have all the time in the world. Time is an anagram of me, it. Yeah. To leave the heliocentric system behind is pivotal. So everything is not just about the material. Now we can put ourselves and our constituent parts in this greater stew, in this greater so overusing the word context again. What can you do though? That's what it is. It's all about a context. And well, in one way, this is where I just bring this back to now when I was just getting you to imagine how we're not the material by lying in bed and just sort of reducing your own being down to the minimum possible. You could do away with all of physical flesh, right? All of it. As long as you can imagine something pumping blood from just pumping around your brain pretty much. And then even we know there's cases of people pretty much no brains functioning grand. Like, so yeah, we can bring it all back to a central point, and that's the source of us all. That's the source of us all, which is not of this world. And as I say, I think when we leave this behind, we leave everything behind. The whole notion of God, the devil, the Bible, it's all just part of that doorway there. One of those mansions. You just went in, had a look around, that sort of thing. It's in the greater eternal context that we have to. Well, we shouldn't try too hard to place because certain things we can't. This is Pandora's box, right? Certain things we can't encapsulate within our brains. And I went there earlier on. I've gone there loads of times, like, but if everything I'm saying, Ars Darkis, etc., the Tree of Life, of course, that has to have its origins as well. There has to be beyond that. So yeah, this is what I'm appreciative of, the limitations within the sphere. That's the best way of putting it. We transcend ultimately our true essence or true natures. I don't think we lose out. You don't. It's not that you lose any individuality. I think this is one of the biggest fears of all of us, right? I say it's the exact opposite. You heighten your individuality in terms of an absolute collective and an understanding of a integral, unified part that you and the greater you, whatever the you is, right? UN. So why is the sun SUN? So UN is the United Nations, which have the flat Earth map, right? I decoded that. When you switch that around, no, anyway, I decoded. You have to go back to some of my earlier hangouts there when I was into that. First of all, we're encouraged, right? The olive branches around the. See, Jamie Brown, you do, yeah. See, outside of my own hangouts where I'm just like I am now, speaking to myself. And a few people I used to speak to all this with was Jamie Brown, to expand upon it. And Jamie always had a good ear and spent many hours talking about all this stuff. And he fucking up and deleted all of that. But anyway, that's okay, no worries. The whole process was still, it's not that it's documented, it's not about that. As I do this, I'm not thinking about what I'm doing now, how it might be looked in back on in 2 weeks by somebody arbitrary somewhere. That's not on my mind. I don't give a shit. Do what you want. It's outside my sphere of reality. But um, yeah, these sort of, I guess, in one sense, advancement through stages. They're all documented there, um, and yeah, well, I was just thinking there. How do you go about expressing what you have come your own pathway towards realization? How do you go about expressing that or trying to get that across to somebody else? You can't. The only thing you can do is it's like flat Earth. You know when you're talking to somebody on the street, you don't want to get too involved. You don't want to be pushing. You don't want to go over debating with somebody, telling them what or what isn't. You just want to make a suggestion, and if the conversation meets an open ear, an inquisitive mind, then that'll be made known. If it doesn't, then you have to leave it behind. There's nothing to you, but at least you've made your point, or you've had to hear. You know what I mean? It's a similar sort of thing. Nothing is to be forced out of anything. As this unraveled, and every new question led to a new question still. Everything spiraled inwards. That's what I would say. Everything spiraled inwards towards, well, I'm speaking as well mentally and metaphysically and physically as well. I mean, I can equate all of this to our Historicus on the Moon, the most mysterious crater on the Moon, the most mysterious object in our universe has been described. So this is bringing fucking major attention, not just in the normal sense, right? Not just in the Stephen Hawking sense. So you're describing this crater itself being so mysterious. Out of all of the other bodies, all of the mysterious things that are going on, this is the most mysterious thing. Yeah. So that's special significance. Now, once we know that's all bollocks, that's all a load of nonsense. Well, is there any significance then to these things being chosen to be significant? Absolutely, absolutely. But without the context, nothing would make sense. It would just be noteworthy, noteworthy. So yeah, the truth is very simple. Um, as I see it, it's just a series of steps that need to be followed. Um, no steps, not difficult steps at all. And with all of these communicative technologies offered us, instantaneous information at your fingertips. Everyone going personal monoliths, right? They're conduit towards an evolutionary state of being, of understanding, of perception. Well, now that I say that, I mean, back to 2001: A Space Odyssey. Do you know what it means to say that the monolith is the movie screen? Do you know what that means? Within, oh God, see, and I could even do with thinking about this further myself, but just within a new context, you see, I would have thought about a lot of stuff back when I came into well, came back online back in 2010. When I found out there's a conspiracy world there, no fucking better. I was always into reading, and I had no idea this existed. I was a man who's buying the Irish Times or doing reading the news, and well, I knew there was. Don't get me started. I always don't just get me started. I was always outside, especially since 2001. But before that, 2001, I couldn't work what the fuck was going on anywhere. It was all madness. All madness everywhere. Just looking back at it, everything was madness. Right? And now I can see why it's on theatre. But yeah, the illusion is the theatre of the absurd, Cirque du Soleil. Cirque du Soleil. Look up Michael Jackson and Cirque du Soleil. So yeah, um, look. I'm sorry again, Maggie. I'm so sorry. I keep saying that I'm going to download StreamYard. I have to download StreamYard. Everything is time, and I'll do that, and we'll get a conversation going. But this isn't new information. This is all just for me anyway. It's not rehashed. It's sort of well, there's nothing rehashed. Guess it's there for reinterpreting in a different context. In the first of all, the flat Earth context. A lot of these things I would have thought about. Yeah, no. And we definitely go back 6 or 7 years. So I was early into thinking flat Earth possibilities. But when it came to analyzing movies like The Shining, or there was one particular contributor on David Icke forums, absolutely legend, legend. But now I see they're all actors. They're all uh, they're all players, clue givers in one form or another. But I think it was called Light Giver. But absolutely fantastic contributor when it came to decoding or pointing out certain connections, greater esoteric connections between, well, everything artistic. But the things I have in mind were this Stanley Kubrick's The Shining and 2001: A Space Odyssey as well. But beyond that, Rob Ager was the guy who put forward the idea that the monolith is the movie screen. So what are the deeper implications? Well, it's not just yeah. When we think, oh gosh, you have to go into the story. What's the story has been told and how? Well, at the very start, right? I swear to you, friends, um, it's not. I knew all this anyway. I've said all this before in previous hangouts, but just as I'm saying it again, um, Aristarchus features at the very outset to 2001: A Space Odyssey. 2001 is reference to 35 years in the future from that point in time when, well, we had that previous evolutionary leap forward. But anyway, oh God, now I have to. So where does the movie screen begin and end? This is the point. So when we're watching a movie like 2001: A Space Odyssey, and we see through the different layers, so the ultimate layer being, right, within the movie, that Dave Bowman himself was being tricked. It was all a setup. It was all some sort of greater manipulation, greater movie making on a hyper real sort of sense, on a hyper real stage. That's the upshot of Rob Eger's, Ager. Um, as I understand it, anyway. Well, I get it, and uh, yeah. The question is Dave Bowman, right? So you are Dave Bowman. You're Dave Bowman, and Bo is an eight, right? You are eight man. A rainbow. People think rainbows are well bowl shaped, only from a certain perspective. When you're at the proper perspective and you can see things as are, well, they're always horizontal. Rainbows are horizontal and well circular, but not quite circular as well. Why? So question: why did the rainbow come into being after the Great Flood? Hmm. What might the connection be being made there? Why would it cause a great flood? Is there waters beyond now? Also, yeah, you've decided that there might be waters beyond because you can't just be empty space, right? What's the opposite of empty space? Heavy waters. I agree with you. What do you breathe? You breathe water. Water. You breathe water. Two lost souls living in a fishbowl. Operation Fishbowl. Mark Sargent, yeah, Stargen, Mark Star Generation, Star Generation. So yeah, put your name, Gold Star for the children. We will be deceived until the end. What is a star? A star is an S star in the divided state. Tar being the seaman, right? Martin Lead Key, talks about Taria, RS, Tar, CHUS. Um, so right at the heart of Aristarchus, we have the Tar, and Martin Leakey. There's a Tar in Martin. Um, yeah, he turns out to be a Tar, an archaic term for an able-bodied seaman. He spent many years at sea, according to his own story. His dad was from Estonia. Isn't that funny? Isn't that funny? Isn't that just very funny indeed? Estonia. So Arthur, King Arthur, associated with taking the sword from the stone, the S word, from the S tone. What is the S word? Is. His, I-S. What is the S tone? T-H. Michael Jackson left us with this is it. All of Michael Jackson's albums mark I guess, a different rung on Jacob's ladder. As you understand, a different sort of elevation into a greater awareness, and it's not in greater awareness because it's just getting back to who we are, right? So yeah, we are brave new frontiers. So it's the opposite of brave new frontiers. Yeah, it's the distinction between integration and disintegration. So which comes first? And I'll ask this question as well. Which came first? The hydrogen and oxygen or the water? You know, very pertinent question, isn't it? Yes, so we can. So just to, yeah, Aristarchus, the originator of the heliocentric, right, the divided the material, immaterial paradigm. Um, yeah, this is credited to Aristarchus of Samos. So all of the letters are very significant, and Samos itself very significant. MS, OS operating system. We think about how, yeah. So that's the question I asked. How do you fashion the lemonscape? Yeah. What are the origins of the lemonscape? And of course, when we look at the symbol, which is 8 on its side, we stand it upright. You don't stand it upright, just on the forehead. Right there, you have the 0. So then we have the 0 and the 8 being entwined, right? Intimately and intricately entwined. So when we think about the 8 then, and we divide that further, then we can have the S and the S, you see. So it's like division within division. So Aristarchus of Samos, yeah, the greatest of stories presented through this creation. course, the man didn't exist. So everything is attributed to him in all of its wonder. And it's really is wonderful. When I came to Flat Earth, um, I never heard of him. Never ever heard of him. And you had all of these ballers. Rumpus was there 2013, not 2013, 2015 onwards, as far as I'm concerned. It was 2015 I did this. Or was it 2016? It could have been 2016 that I came up with the Hangouts here. But all the same characters and, doing exactly the same what they're doing now back then. So it's that sort of long running saga. But yeah, they're quick to remind every newcomer. They take them back to Copernicus. This is all established science. It's going back 400 years, 500 years. But never, ever, ever was the name Aristarchus of Samos put forward by any of these antagonists. They dealt with them all. You name them, and dealt with them shitheads, like, weaklings. Well, they are in the sense that transparent the part they're playing. First of all, for me to recognize that they're playing a role that's lacking on their skill levels. Paper Explainer especially had something desperate against me because I found them out. And this is before any of this YouTube. This is back with the Fakeologist, right? But again, a big deal back then because you had a small community of people talking about all things fabricated and ostracized pretty much everywhere. You couldn't mention 9/11 media fakery anywhere, right? Conspiracy forums. YouTube didn't really get going back at that stage, 2012, to the same degree anyway, 2012, 11, wasn't that same level of interaction. And of course, it wasn't facilitated. Google Hangouts only came out after that. So never once was it brought to my attention that Aristarchus of Samos had all of this fucking sorted out 2,500 years ago, but to mine 500 years ago. And it's all listed in detail there for you, and it's all perfection. I was out with things, proportions here and there, but in general, yeah, never was I once referenced. And then when I brought it up, then when I was on my own investigation, and I say now that's absolutely specifically these minions like Rumpus. That's what I meant to. Actually, let me roll another number. I'm not going near because I have another camera. But I'm thinking back to that's way back. That's absolutely way back. I can see how so contrived it is now, but that none of these characters mentioned Aristarchus of Samos, right, who was such a pivotal role in history. But after I mentioned him, then I came by him in a different way. Then the name was more and more bandied about, not surprisingly, but that it wasn't mentioned in the first place. Very, very significant indeed. And again, once you understand, there's greater theater in play here. I mean, as I said, I could see true characters like Rumpus or Brenda pretty much immediately. Pretty much immediately. Early doors, singing from the same fucking hymn sheet, insulting your intelligence, and no matter how many times you tell them that you already considered deeply what they are trying to put across as truth and left it behind, well, that doesn't seem to have any bearing on their resilience anyway to continue to express their truth on all things. So yeah, once you see through that charade, you needn't get too deeply involved if you want to try and figure out what the ultimate purpose or what the greater motivation is in terms of these particular individuals. Could be many things. if you attach a more evil intent behind everything, these people could be blackmailed into doing what they're doing. And sexual indiscretions mentioned a lot, all this sort of stuff. Who knows? Who knows? Absolutely possible, and in some sense, understandable. If you become part of any sort of crew, you have to go through some sort of incriminating ritual. The way, if it ever occurs to you to break free, you will be incriminating yourself as well, of course, you're part and parcel of it. So yeah, that sort of thing. So these are all possibilities to it, but there's other possibilities as well. People are actors and are let in on the greater story to one degree or another, and are very limited in terms of, because everyone has to live their life. I'm thinking, right? Everyone has to live this life of mystery and find out the ultimate. Not everybody is, what I'm guessing, but for the most part, um, people like that, they're certainly in on greater truth. They all know about the 9/11 media victim hoax. They have to know about it to defend and to act abhorrently or vitriolically against any mere suggestion of media fakery or 9/11 or victim fakery or anything like that gives their game away. But again, I think we were always meant to see through that game, and this is why they play such a harsh divide. It's not subtle at all. Um, it's not good theatrics. I'm in no way, shape, or form associated with any theatre groups or anything like that. But I always would have loved to join a theatre group. I obviously play music, and it's one thing I was considering early doors. Not to do with anything else, right? But just joining a choir, not a choir as such, a musical society, and maybe get involved in compositions or definitely singing in mass. There's a good feeling about it. And actually, now that I mention that, reminds me I'm inclined to go in busking tomorrow, so where I can sing nice and open and without confines, really. And that's the great thing. That's the most liberating thing more than anything else. Get a few shekels along the way. Well, I have fuck all. Not much of it. Oh yeah, bring you back to the Zarni Group. So I mentioned the Zarni Group earlier on, and I never finished the story where the quest was to seek out the creator of the galaxy or the universe, and get his explanation, get his answer to the ultimate question. And they located and pinpointed him to a certain planet, and they took the trip there. And it turns out he was living in a shack. He was living in a shack in the middle of nowhere, and every little thing fascinated and held his attention, even the simplest of things. It was very telling, but outside of all of the innocence, you sensed a massive power at the same time. Detachment in one sense, but at the same time, a deep heart associated with the experience. But that's going back to Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, and I think that was the second book. Was it Steve? Restaurant at the End of the Universe. I think it was. I think did we make a we knew there was a fifth book, didn't we? Sorry, there was. So just now that I'm thinking of the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, but it was supposed to be a trilogy, so 3 books, and then it extended to 4 and then 5. With the final book being mostly harmless, and then Douglas Adams expired, DNA expired. No, he didn't. No, he didn't. But yeah, there was how did they put it? I ended up buying it anyway eventually, but it was from the same author. It was by someone called Owen Codfin. Is it Owen Codfin? Yeah. And another. No, it's not another thing. Come on. Hang on now. I bought the book. I remember buying the book, and I remember actually reading it. I only made my way halfway through it, so I remember that's significant in itself. But it got not quite the same all those years later. Owen Coltrane. Owen Colfer, that's it, Owen Colfer. Owen Colfer. I think he's an Irishman as well. Hitchhikers. Yeah, Owen Colfer, Hitchhikers, Guys to the Galaxy. And I'm just trying to think what's the name of the book. And Another Thing. Yeah, that's what it said. Another Thing. All right, yeah, so it was on Another Thing. So I thought that was okay. Yeah, Owen Colfer and Another Thing. I only got about 2/3 of the way through that book actually. But that was the sixth book from the Hitchhiker's Guide, the sixth to final book, but not even coming from the original author. So I definitely meant to make my way through to the end of that book. But I think actually, Maggie, now that I think about it, I had it when I was over in California, and I must have misplaced it somewhere shortly afterwards. Anyway, whether I left it there, I don't think I did. Sort of lost a bit of interest in it because it got convoluted and didn't quite have the same attachment I did with the original books, which had a big part to play. Me and Steve's live in one sense, anyway. In one sense, we remember these were books we would read on a nightly basis. So Steve would look forward to me tucking him in, whatever, 3, 4, 5 years of age, all that sort of time, and reading in the next chapter. So it was that sort of interaction and memories attached. Most specifically for me, even though I'd read all the books beforehand, for me to read them in the first place. But now that I think back in it, everything for a reason, right? And the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. Um, yeah, well, it's only when you can see the abyss, right? You can look into the abyss that you can turn away from that and leave it behind and not be scared of it at all. I think this is what Hitchhiker's Guide to Galaxy. We have to forget, or sorry, we have to forget. Well, we do probably have to forget, right? And learn to remember. But yeah, mm, we have to not forget to re-examine where exactly we come from and what exactly the history entails. How far can we go back? What is the true nature to this experience we're having here? So all that in mind, then we think in terms of mass influence. And first of all, of course, we have the newspaper, just to take it to that level, right? We go below that, more local levels. But for the newspaper, right? And then, then the radio came into its own. And then the next stage again was the television, right? The televisual art, and I think pretty much. I'm just thinking now. Another one to revisit, right? Because now it's bringing back to mind. Because I know that Douglas Noel Adams, fake death, right? So he's not dead anymore. He's a he's another actor on the stage, and funny enough, in one of his, I did buy after falling for all of the usual, saddened by his death, it's just a strange departure, and I was caught up at the time. Stephen Fry was a good friend of his, and he was given eulogies, and lots of it was being made at the time. So it didn't occur to me that we're dealing with a fake death, and it didn't occur to me that this is just another Douglas Adams, is just another character, just another conduit by which, all of this greater reality is being spun. Right, and where does that reality revert back to? Well, it's in the mind of the entertainer. You have to entertain all of these things. I got I got some I got some fantastic pictures of the clouds just for myself. Just fantastic pictures of the clouds today. And yeah, when you're looking at the clouds, right, you have to identify the different bands, right? So everything formed in a band, circular band, and you have much sort of interference, overlapping to decode. So it's a matter of sifting the layers. But once you see the band, then you can't stop it. So as you follow the band around, um, yeah. Remember, like the child in the center of the massive hula hoop. It's a stupid analogy, like whatever that was about. That's still my best way of thinking about it. You're in the center, and there's a massive hula hoop, and you're looking at the inside ring, and all along the inside ring you have ponies or something, all of the same form, but just all the way around the inner circumference. And as you perceive it, it's in various sort of different perspectives to you. So you can't quite, unless you knew that they were the same thing, you couldn't quite equate each thing to the next thing unless you had the proper context. That sort of thing, right? So yeah, this is why do I. It's not what I always. I stopped looking for it now. I know, but today a particular example just manifested itself. So I took a few pictures of that. So you're looking at you're taking a picture. Let's say you're taking a picture here as dead on, so straight on, right? Now you don't know the greater context. So someone's just presenting you a dead on picture, and then someone's presenting you a picture, the exact same thing, but just from the side, right? So if it wasn't this clear, too late to be trying to bring this to words now, but if it wasn't clear what exactly you were dealing with, it would be easy to confuse it and not perceive that you were actually looking at the same thing, but just from a slightly different angle, which gives you a particularly skewed overall perspective. That doesn't change the nature of these patterns themselves. There is a pattern being expressed, and obviously, I took a few pictures of that, exemplifying that today. So maybe I'll share those next time. And point out exactly what I'm talking about. But once again, you should be doing this for yourself. How much is that going to cost you? And you reckon it's amazing fun all night blasting away. Once you recognize that there is this overarching pattern being expressed. What is the ether, right? It's all in terms of this energized environment. We are living in a broken system. We talked about the UN. So getting back to that, the UN map, right, where one of the decodings was, well, it's wrapped in an olive branch, right? Olive is I love. So when we understand the divided state, we need to take the two branches apart and rotate them so they become overlapping. The atom overlaps into Eve like this for harmony, right? Reunification. When you do that, the whole map turns around and it's like a combination map jumps out. But if you hold in the center, a particular aspect jumps out, and I don't even want to delve in my mind back into that because it was first of all so long ago. But there was some amazing discoveries back then. All encoded. This is all stuff for decoding as presented to us. It's all about having the context, the proper context. And as I say, back in 2015, The Economist magazine. This is on a world scale. Right? This is the levels and extensive it all on the world scale. There we have a pictorial, pretty much flat Earth, true and true, right? And it's there for us to decode. But once we started to decode, I don't know anyone else who's approached it in the same way. And not that it has to be. We have to approach it in the flat Earth sense first of all. So how few flat earthers are out there? So look at the Economist 2015 cover. First of all, we see Patricia Steers Beatles guitar in one corner, and we see Mark Sargent's the globular microphone that he carried around for ages like a Paul Chillian. Yeah, all purposefully done, all props, right? All clues for you. Remember, Mark Sargent gave you his clues. His biggest clue was, "Hang on, you little ass." Wake yourself, shake yourself up. Why did you believe me when I told you that I was inspired overnight with clues and I gave up my life for it all and I became famous overnight and I've spoken to my face is more familiar amongst millions and millions of people in relation to flat earth than anyone else on this planet pretty much. Yeah, you're telling me you believe that? Yeah, come on. And he didn't pay it, well, more particularly Mark would say, you didn't pay attention to my real clues. Mark Sergeant Pepper's brings us back to Sergeant Pepper's Lonely Hearts Club Band, brings us back to Alice in Wonderland, brings us back to Chapter 3, The Dodo, right? The greatest treasure ever found, I maintain to this day, in that greater context, right? Spanning centuries, and listed officially as lost. Well, Peach found it. The No was lost. Des Sheeps and Leaps provided the information pointing out how exactly it was lost, and it was lost over the centuries. And out of all of the, oh well, that's amazing. It's all storytelling, right? So the 92 plates, not to get, because everything goes back to Alice in Wonderland, book for book, most significant book in history. Simple as that. Simple as that, book for book. It has been, from things that I have come across, listed as in the top 3 most translated books in history, outside of the Bible, the books of Shakespeare. One particular link. So if it's not there, it's thereabouts, right? The idea being that the greater story is translated. So book for book, Shakespeare. I can't remember many books. I read all the books of Shakespeare. Well, all the plays. Anyway. Didn't go much for the sonnets too much. Shall I compare the to a, let's see how much I know. Let's see how, actually I shouldn't say, it's not as if like I hadn't thought about it in years. I was trying to recall this a few months ago maybe, from years, but let me see how much how we can, and that's definitely the only sonnet I know in its entirety, maybe a line or two from here or there, but shall I compare thee to a summer's day, the art when the lovely and will temperate? Rough winds them shake the darling buds of May, and summer's lease as all too short a date. Sometimes too hot the eye of heaven shines, and often it sees fair complexion dim, and often fair from fair sometimes decline by chance or nature's changing course untrimmed. But thy eternal summer shall not fade, nor shall that fair that thou possessest. But thy eternal summer shall not fade. No, I lost. Hang on. Not too bad. Not too bad. I'll have to. For thy eternal summer shall not fade, nor lose possession of that fair thou owest. Nor shall death wanderest in thy shade. When in eternal lines of time thou growest, so long as men can breathe and eyes can see, so long lives this, and this gives life to thee. Made it in the end. It's always the stumbling block there that's significant. But thy eternal summer shall not fade, nor lose possession of that fair thou owest, nor shall death wondrous in thy shade. When in eternal lines to time thou growest. Yeah, that's but but I read the rest of the works of Shakespeare. all the plays anyway. So yeah, you are dealing with a body of work. It's in the Bible. So if they're the most translated, right, well then you have a whole body of work, and it's not just individual books. Whereas as one as look through Looking Glass has been the third most translated. So pretty much every language, the story transcends languages in one form or another. Um, transcends cultures, transcends time. So it's a greater story that's ingrained. And yeah, in that sense, I place it as the most significant set of books. There has to be one and two. It has to be one and two. And out of the one and two, what came out of it? The Scarlet chapter, the the Wasp in the Wig. Amazing stuff, man. Amazing stuff. Absolutely amazing stuff because it all ties into this bifurcation of this divided state of us. And they know it. The storytellers know it. Sorry, Jimbo Khan. I'm sorry, bud. This is how easy I get distracted away, but I don't mean to. To bring it down to basic level, yeah. So the night sky is a reflection, right? It's a reflection of something, and within the moon, this is the bulb, right? The pattern on the bulb that's been reflected around the rest of us. So I thought, okay, let's wait. Remember now, this is back 3 or 4 years ago. Well, not 3 or 4 years, maybe 3 years ago, leading up to it and all that sort of stuff. Different considerations. But then when I started thinking in real time, well, hang on, if there's lots of things in conjunction. So why did the rainbow come to existence with the Great Flood? Why is one intimately connected, right? The reason for this. Greater storytelling, right? So let's forget about the literal, but we mustn't leave literal aside completely because we are in the material realm here. So there is a construct to the construct. There is a linearity to it. There is a coherent theme woven throughout the greater storytelling. And that's our story. Right? So we have to take on board his story or her story or their story or your story. Well, everything goes back to our story. Right? Sirius, Sirius. Read it out. Read the word out. What does it say to Sirius? Super adds backwards is star I be us. Star I be us. R I star CH us cuss. Arch ARCH. What does CH mean? Church. CHURCH. So the H in relation to what? One of your component parts. The church of you. H in the center. L. So we have the E, right? The three branches of the E with the immaterial, the material, and then the hard bridge. So left, right. So the whole E and H in the center, E, L downwards. So into that purely material, groin centered, bowel, shoal existence. That's it. So when you go the opposite way, then, well, the H transforms into the A, the IH, the HIQ. That brings back memories, the HIQ. Makes absolute sense to me now still. I mean, yeah, there's two dimensions, there's the zero dimension, and there's the three dimension, right? That's it, as far as I'm concerned. Different variations and manners of fluctuations in between, but fundamentally, that's what it comes down to. You have to define yourself what a thought is, right? Quantify a thought for me. I would put that in the zero dimension. Can you give me the length of breath and the height of a thought? My thought is now I'm down to my last can, but I'm happy enough about that. I'm not a big drinker. Not like no, not a big drinker at all. And yeah, I think in one of these days we won't be needing to take any sort of external stimulants at all. I feel it. Something happened maybe there last. Just I was mentioned this last night. Come on, 9/11. So yeah, something happened. Some sort of clicking. Some process within, some necessary physiological change. I think that sort of thing. That's when I felt that was well last year when I was fucking laid up, absolutely completely over the moon with the Christmas, and my back was fucked, absolutely fucked. And I think now, do you know what it was? It wasn't. Like, maybe it was like maybe it was overstretching the mark, overthinking what maybe power or not. When I say power or control, I'm not talking about over anybody. First of all, it's not to anyone else, but I'm talking about how can we affect what's going on here? I mean, can we interact with the forces at play here and alter physicalities? Is this within the realms of possibility? And absolutely is. Like, I absolutely 100% certain it is. But it's a matter of us just tuning into that particular well frequency, and that frequency comes about via the resonance of knowing. That's a good one. The resonance. There you go. That's gone down in my book. There, where's my book? The resonance of knowing. I don't mean to sound like a fucking I'm a dickhead. I know nothing, but honest to God, just but actually when I did get laid up, I think it was the moon. It was the moon doing it. It did it to me. It showed me that don't be taking the piss out of me, literally, honestly. And otherwise, it just came so out of the blue, and it crippled the shit out of me. I couldn't move. I couldn't fart. And I literally couldn't fart for 2 weeks because if I moved, I was killed. I was laid up in bed. So I think it was by not facing off the moon in that sense, in one sense, but in a different sense. Yeah, that's what I was writing on. The resonance of knowing. Um, I had a dream. Dreams are so vague. But one memory that stick out with me, and this is probably a dream within the last 6 months or so, was one particular dream, mad as it was, just this word uh, ingrained itself into my memory of the dream, and I can't encapsulate, the whole scenario no of it. I had hope of making sense of it myself, or even piecing it together in its sort of whole format. But yeah, the one word that stuck out in massive letters was resonance. So the resonance of knowing. What do you reckon? It's not quite. Maybe that's a poem. I haven't written a poem in ages. How about we? All right. Anyone left? Anyone left here? Anyone left in chat? I didn't even get back to chat. I started off with Juan Carlos, and he called me a cunning font. Uh, then we didn't get beyond that. Everything after that went downhill, and you end up with the usual. Um, sorry, anyone. Is this still going out? Unirap2 says, last comment that I just jumped in on. I'm going to be on for another while yet, man, if I can get away with it. If not, I'll just start up another hangout. Fuck it. Who are you? Shut your mouth. Do your own hangout there and see what you have to say about it. Go on, let's see. Anyway, I'm not talking about you, Unirock. Let me read your comment first of all. Don't drink pee, people. It will make you crazy and make you talk about flat Earth. It's science. It's proven. Drinking pee will make you. So I hopped into flat Earth. I mean, what the fuck? That's mad. That's mad that you go actually go to that effort. It should actually go to that effort, but that's okay. I'm probably jumping back in. Is there any look at it. I was just wondering, is there anyone here? And I forgot that you can just look in the corner and see. It just turned from 9 people to 8 people, and there's 11 comes up. So I went from 9, 11 to 8, 8, 11. So well, you know, don't drink pee. Don't. What do you put in your mouth, Unirock? Tell everybody if anyone says, what do you put in your mouth? What do you put in your body? You're disgusted by your own body, Unirock. Do you wipe your arse? Do you? What if your arse? What if your what if your arse? Why actually? Well, there you go. Anus, right? A sun. So if you look at an anus, look at the moon. Look at the pattern. Remember the pattern I was talking about? The pattern around the heart as well. This is a crater-like pattern. One crater, one creator, right? Getting back to Aristarchus, Jimbo Khan from earlier on, man. Right. So coming to flat Earth, let me jump back a few steps from the Milky Way and the Moon. Right? So coming to flat Earth, right? Yeah, or the station Earth is flat. There is something is moving, and something seems to be moving in unison. So some singular source was always there or thereabouts, had to be in my brain, right? So when it came to considering the moon and the sun, and doing away with all cosmic coincidences, then there's a direct relationship between these two bodies, whatever, or these two visuals. Well, the the fact that they're the same size, that says something about doing away with cosmic coincidences, that one is 400 times smaller than the other is 400 times as far away from our perspective, our particular perspective. This is why we get the total solar eclipse. Yes, we can do that, but now you come to a flat Earth sense. Now explain, how does the moon block out the sun? Why can you never see the moon as it's approaching occulting the sun? So taking these things in mind, understanding we were in a broken system, so sort of fallen state. There's no forest on flat Earth that also been made prominent. Big promoters of no forest on flat Earth. Antonio Subarats, definitely. Patricia Steer, Nathan Oakley as well. Nathan, if you ask Nathan about no forest and flat Earth now, it's all a load of shit. All a load of shit. Again, by the overacting. The game's giving away. But yes, what do you think about that? Antonio Subarat, star IBS. Subarat, star IBS. S star IBS. R I star plus R I S star CH us. It's asking the question, isn't it? Or in a different sense, I've read a different way. As I said, if I read that in Irish, it says Arish Tarku, again, come to us, or come to me. Where it all begins and ends, right? Where it all begins and ends, where the semen meets the egg. Look up the moon. Look up the moon. Tell me you don't see a sperm within the egg. Look at Aristarchus. Remember I pointed out to you. Okay, not to jump ahead, but yeah. Anyway, so the moon and the sun. Okay, so no forest and flat Earth, broken system. What replaced it back in space? Where the all Earth, where all the Earth's oceans come from? Invading waters, collapse of barrier. Some sort of system-wide collapse, and some remaining decimated, I guess, barrier in place, but still intact, right? So if you understand there's waters beyond, water would reflect it. So we're looking at mirrored sky. Again, just running through my thinking. So mirrored sky. What's the nature of the mirror? Is it a planar mirror? Is it a what sort of form would it take? Well, if we imagine an intact bubble, right, and then a collapsed bubble at the top. So you have a dividing into two different segments almost. You kind of capture it mid-fall. You'd have it spider-like formation, right? So we're in the outer barrier, and well, yeah, it's that level of contour that we're dealing with on a particular course. So sunbeam reflection of the moon. Then when I found them, before I thought about this, the Milky Way on the moon. So that's way to be found on the moon impossible, right? And I went on. Look, go back yourself. I went into some great detail. Found out lots of different constellations as well, and this is my way, just sort of leave it behind then and move on to the next stage of realization. And I had realized in the meantime, someone let me know that independently someone else was making, and the guy contacted me afterwards, but I never kept up any contact. But yeah, he had also identified some guy in France actually. I don't know who he was or what, but yeah, it was after me. But he'd also identified independently these celestial patterns on the moon from the moon. But he didn't know, well, you can't get any bigger than the fucking Milky Way swathe, right? Crater Eratosthenes to Eudoxus. But yeah, um, yeah. After I recognized that we were dealing with a pattern expressed here, so it's like a shade with a certain pattern, and then you put the light inside and you light it up and you project it against the screen. It's this pattern that's going to be expressed. So this is our biggest clue. So getting back to 2001: A Space Odyssey, this is why at the very start, Arthur C. Clarke, the word is collaborating with the image. 2001 is a very visual effort and purposeful, right? Words are kept to a minimum. So every word that is chosen, every name is significant in the extreme. So pay deep and dear attention to it. And well, from the very start, from the very outset, if the context is right, well then we can glean what's happening where the monolith was said to be found in a crater on Earth, right, by an ape called Moon Watcher. It's very opening. Very opening. 2001: The Greatest Movie of the time. Giving you the answer there in one sentence. Nonsense, but there for interpretation. But that it was found, this is part of the script, right? It's found in a crater. Monolith was found. It's supposed to be a tech. Well, no, I'm not gonna. I'm gonna have a cigarette now. I'm gonna have a cigarette. Well, well, well. Isn't that very interesting? Isn't that interesting? Just as the moon is after leaving its zenith, right? So it's going off into the distance. I'm in Ireland here, as I look in a certain direction. It's in relation to the contour of the track, I guess, the spherical track that the skylines all move around, all in unison, right, on a daily, nightly basis. The only variation is on a continuous basis, right, where you observe. And this comes back to, again, ultimately, what's going on at the source itself. When they talk about Earth itself having four separate movements, no, this is the source itself having four separate movements. The Earth is still, but it's not as well. But just as it's after well leaving its zenith now, and I understand it's coming off into the distance, so the influence is not as strong. Now the fucking dew starts to settle. Now the dew starts to settle. So what I was thinking about my thought experiment was at sundown on a full night, where would the dew tend to settle? Behind, let's say, a shadow, a tree, or something like that, or in plain moonlight on the grass. So there's a piece of grass behind the tree in shadow, or in where would the dew itself? This is what I'm talking about, the water itself. How would that? Because I incorporate water into my. Again, this is just my own right thinking for myself. And actually, I'm going to go on and do. I should probably do video. I could do hundreds of videos on all of these things, but that, yeah, the results for it would prove something categorically to me anyway. And what I'm after experiencing tonight, it just proved it categorically to me. I'd have to process it properly to present the thought adequately. But fundamentally, it comes down to if we're judging temperature, what are we judging? Why do we? Because I have to get back into what I think the sun's light is in relation to the moon's light. The moon is a reflection of the sun, but light is not. Light, you see, light as a throwback to the old fucking way of thinking, and the old way of thinking is all metaphor. We're told of the wave, the dual wave particle nature of light. Well, a wave of what, first of all? A wave has to wave something, or it's a wave through something through something. What is a wave? A wave is just a continuous motion, continuous motion through a medium. I'm sorry, perturbation of a medium. That's what a wave is. So it's a sort of an effect, right? But it comes back to what light is itself. Again, all science is signs, all clues for us. And this wave duality, John Quantum Eraser, another one of these guys, faceless character, is grand. He showed his face elsewhere. If you're following the clues, you would have been led down the rabbit hole that Mark, not Mark Cofer. Mark, I'm sorry, Mark, what's your second name? You know about that, man. Quantum Eraser, ex-US Embassy official, Air Force pilot. So it's the same guy, and we were meant to figure that. And then when we figured it out, then they take the video down to add more suspicion to it. So it's all sort of it's obvious to me anyway. I mean, that's all I can say. I mean, it's just obvious to me that how much theater is and how much scripting is attached to it all. So yeah, we were meant to make that association with Quantum Eraser, but it's weird looking at me myself here because my black, as I said this the last time, it's like I'm black. Sorry. That's funny. We're gonna get face in there. That's funny. Freaky. I see it. Yeah, that's funny. It's like, well, I could do that better now. That looks funny. Actually, I am trying to. And convincing sucked into the monolith isn't that fucking metaphoric to me? It's there. If you sucked into the monolith, so remember I asked the question about 2001, A Space Odyssey, who's doing the filming in the first place? Yeah, who's the orchestrator? Who's the director? The production manager? Well, life. If L, if L. They did Flutter Fantasy. Could you Pete toss that bullshit away? Well, we can toss all bullshit away when we recognize it. But yeah, I remember that now because the dew is after settling now on the tin roof outside, just as I expected. And what are the implications? As I said, I was trying to concoct an experiment regarding specifically the dew and how it would react in the shade of the tree as opposed to just outside of the shade of the tree in direct moonlight. And those results now are just after confirming. So I'm going to put a bit of time in because that was most unexpected resolution to. It wasn't a niggling thing. I didn't think about the moon very much, and in terms of the what is it being colder in the. How should it work? No, that's what I'm seeing. Everything to do with a spinning ball is fantasy. It's merely an exercise in thought. You know, there's no basis in reality. So yeah, well, when we're first of all, the ballers, the two man, they act in unison, but they'll deny all of the various and sundry results that many flat earthers. Now I know the recordings and they're hardly under scientific conditions, but for the most part, this common trend seems to be representative of what's going on. That you have an unexpected differential in temperature between shade and direct moonlight. And it's in variance or in contradiction to the official explanations as to what exactly moonlight is in the first place. So yeah, that all well equates with that. And as I said, just to sum up for myself more than anything else, even though I never listen back to any of these, I'm here, and I don't say anything too extraordinary. I need to listen back, and I'm already well used to embarrassing myself or making a fool of myself or not worrying about how I look or how I sound. Kind of well over that embarrassment. Like seeing yourself naked, isn't it? You're never quite comfortable with it, but I mean, hang on. The way it is, you can't change it. There you go. Take me as you find me. No changing that. Oh, that's a sound name. That's not to stand naked under unknowing eyes. It's for myself, my friends, that my stories are spun. Couldn't get away with singing this time. I'll have to blast it out now. Definitely have to get a place in the notes. Let loose. Although it's grand. And that's what I'll let do. No, I'll let loose tomorrow. I'll let loose tomorrow if I make it into a bit of busking. Doesn't matter what money I make or not. I'm sure I make a few quid, like a few cans. Although I busked for, oh man, it must have been about 2.5 hours over in New York. And I made 5 pence. Sitting at the Steve, laughing his arse off, and I wasn't shit about the money. Like it was just at the time, I definitely had loads of money. So I just went out to well, let loose, right? Let loose. So yeah, I might let loose tomorrow in that sense. So the restrictions aren't too unreasonable, I guess. No, Admiral Money, none of them do, and they're they're purposefully so as well. Bad replicants of we actually experience ourselves through our own visual cortexes and our own processing, camera processing ability. Very, very poor reproducers. And in that sense, then they're very prone, or at least susceptible to being manipulated or altered, adapted in some way to give certain impression. When you're dealing with these sort of technologies, and you're dealing with also an overarching cooperative, it has to be, especially when you're talking about international companies, an internationally cooperative affair. It has to be every civil, not every civil servant, every secret service. Not even how fucking smart you have to be. I mean, I don't consider myself smart. I really don't. I seem to be smarter than fucking a whole hell of a lot of people who can't, I don't know, sniff out even the basic problems with the basic things. Brian Staveley comes along. He's talking about Mandela effect till the cows come home. It's grand, Brian. That's grand. We get the message, right? But you come along and say then that anyone who's calling out shills are looking for people to call out the shills in Flower Arena. They're just shills themselves. They're just fucking attention seekers. They're just I haven't been New York accent. They're just the crazy ones. Whereas Brian, you're the very one in Flatter, or sorry, in 9/11 research, right? Who agree with the necessity to call out the 9/11 gatekeepers and shills because of the absolute control of information that is allowed via their cooperation and inter scheming, inter planning, inter plotting, right? So when you show such a disconnect there, well, you have some sort of vested interest in characters then, or else you're in some sort of a greater knowledge or awareness. That's all there is to it. I don't take away from any of the characters. How can I judge any character? Can never do that. I love my fellow man. All I can ever do at the very best is attach the very best motivations behind the limited or on the face of it deceptive roles that these people are clearly playing. I mean, prove it. Nathan Oakley, prove it. Brenda's an actor. Prove it. All this vitriol. Prove it. Prove Prove Rumpus is an actor. Prove he's an agent. Always what about to provide some pay slips or something like that, or some secret video information. I paid some private detective to. Yeah, come on. What are you talking about? Prove it. See, for some people, no proof will ever suffice. And well, in this arena anyway, pay attention. You're always meant to figure out what's what. You're always meant to do it. The biggest hurdle is progress now. So getting back to Quantum Eraser, faces characters who led down the blind alleyway, ex-US embassy official, Air Force pilot. He already has his military connections. All these characters also have genuine military connections. I know they do. From hearing them over the years. Remember, this is not just over the years, and they all know that every military man knows every other military man. Doesn't matter what country you're in, all of these specific languages and understandings, and they all know why they're in this arena in the first place, right? Everyone knows the Earth is flat, but does everyone know the greater story? So that's what I say. All these characters have to be led into a basic truth, and they're probably born into it. And if not, they're uh, made, made aware, at some point along the way, and they choose to participate, or they're forced to participate. Who knows? You decide. You decide. I won't decide it just as a deceptive role. Um, that's, that's least I can do is call it out. But what the motivations of the character behind it could be for the ultimate best or the worst. I don't know. I don't know. I don't sense the worst. I don't think yeah, because of the nature of the greater creator. Yeah, I don't sense the worst aspect. I don't sense the hopeless aspect. Remember, everything comes back to the two things: we're forced in here, or we're consent to be. And I go for the latter. Late, late. Right. So anyone who's listening, sorry about this. Getting back to and it's very difficult to do as well. Right? But so the sun and the moon, one is a direct reflection of the other. The moon itself being our biggest clue giver, then because well, this is the thing we can bear to look at. We can discern some sort of patterns or some sort of features from it, right? Yeah. When I understood that we are dealing with a projection, and I narrowed the Milky Way down to this particular sway. I went on to find what other constellations as well, and then to further consider, because I was noticing a lot of mirroring going on, and then I couldn't figure it out. Couldn't figure out why is there mirroring, and I'm absolutely fundamentally convinced it has to be that this is connected. The Milky Way sway is connected to this swathe on the moon between the equators, Eratosthenes, and Eudoxus. But there was a sort of a mirroring which confused things slightly. So there was that distinguishable connection, but it was slightly skewed. And this is where the mirroring needed to be unraveled as well. So when I understood all of that, I understood, again, just in my own brain, when I understood the greater sort of dynamic, singular source, potential source to all of these expressions, then I came to realize that all of the craters on the moon are one crater. And what an amazing one crater and one crater alone. But what we were just looking at is a kaleidoscopic reflection of it. We're looking at it from many different perspectives, like the clouds in the sky. We just have pictures of it, and you can see these things in formation, but you have to identify the different layers, different bands, and know what you're comparing. You're looking at one thing straight on, you're looking at the other thing from a different perspective, but it's the same thing. Everything's in a dynamic um, sort of environment as well. So taking all of these things into consideration, yeah, the sun, moon, that was obvious. The moon being a reflection of the sun, but what is the moon itself reflection? Why all these disparate craters, um, and all of it just telescoped in to the realization that you're fucking dealing with the same crater, one crater alone. So when I looked at subsequently, the sunspots in the moon, what did I find? Mars darkness. It's the same thing. The reason why it's Ars Darkness is because, well, that's the name chosen. In reality, the tree of life is everything. It's all encompassing. If we think about the moon as being the biggest clue, but all of the different, so think about what I'm saying here, right? all of the different craters, all of the seemingly disparate craters are all various in so many names. Mostly the more prime position in history the philosopher has taken, more significant that that crater will be in terms of revealing clues, in terms of this mirrored effect, this reflection, the reflective effect. But yeah, when we look at the moon, each and every crater, disparate as it is named and as it seems, is ultimately the same crater, just a different expression of it, slightly different angle, slightly different variation, overlap, just lots of different uh, separateness attached to the same core base reflection. Ultimately, we'll see the skylines as reflections of something that is earthbound, this singular source. Well, how can we make an inroads into identifying possibly this singular source? Is it written? If the story is already pre-written, we should find clues everywhere. So we absolutely do. Aristarchus, of course. Aristarchus the Samos, instigator of the heliocentric novel. But connecting Dodo with Aristarchus, right? So when Aristarchus was decapitated tree of life, then we had the divided state of earth and heart, right? So divided within, divided without. This is the equation that's made. The divided without manifests in terms of the face of the earth, the changing face of the earth. Gleason's map, earth as is, not quite as is, because you need to rotate it around, right? When you rotate it around, so Australia's at the bottom, then a dodo jumps out at you, and you say, hang on, it's a dodo bird. He wasn't the dumb dodo bird who evolved in perfect peace and harmony for millions of years, timeless amounts, in perfect harmony with the environment. And then along came man. What does man represent? M-A-N. Human, H-U-M-A-N. Am-N. So man is Am-N, right? Sin, we were all born in sin, S-I-N. In code Dodo, N has the value of 5 and S has the value of 2. So 10, right? 10 is I-O-X, right? So 10 is completion. And the divided state, on the center, we have 5 and 5. So 5 and 2 are intimately connected, right? Representing that division. So we can see then the 5 and the 2 itself, right? Look at how they're associated just in terms of the symbol. Now when we think of the S, how it translates to N and S. So N is the 5 in Cododo, makes perfect sense. Cododo again. A is 1, B is 2, C is 3, D is 4, E is 5, F is 6, G is 7, H is 8, I is 9, J is 9, K is 8, back down again, K is 8, L is 7, obviously is that, right? L is 7, N is 6, N is 5, N is 5, O is 4, 4, look. So the wedding ring, the husband and wife, on the fourth finger, right? Bring the two O's together, the 8, right? So the two disparate parts are interconnected again. Not necessarily a good thing. I'm afraid to say it's not necessarily a good thing only because it's stemming from a divided state to begin with, right? But yeah, it is what it is. It is what it is. Um, so to bring it back to where I tried to sort of take it from, I can recollect where I left off from. Yeah. So sun reflection of the moon. So everything has an earthbound, sorry, the moon reflection of the sun. So everything has an earthbound source, which is of a divided nature. This is the decapitated tree of life. And as I say, this is the ritual we remember for most what children love Christmas, right? So once we can take away the literal, now we can apply the symbolic, and of course we have the decapitated tree placed on the X, right? X, Xmas, X is where the dead of the eyes, right? So why is the tree placed on the X and everything then suddenly comes to life again? Because the X is X marks the spot. It's the sign of the grave, but not the grave as such. How would you put it? It's not. It's not. No, I shouldn't put it. It's not the grave. It's with the source, the decapitated source, the castrated source, if you want to put it like that, the disconnected source. Yeah, that's so by reconnecting, replugging the tree, the decapitated tree, onto the X, right? Christ Mass, X Mass, X Am S, right? S, the divided state, right? The divided state within left brain, right brain, heart, and left, right division below genitalia. So this is clear divides, right? So there's a crossover between left brain, we're told, controls the right side, right brain controls the left side. While both aspects are divided from each other, both sides. You can look at it as I say, well, it's true. The other half of the brain is within female, right, or your counterpart. But within ourselves, then where is the other half of our brain to be well located? Well, the gut, right? The gut, the intestines, intestines, shit for brains, and it's inside out. Everything's inside out. Think about it, right? Well, look, yeah, I haven't had too much to eat, and I'm feeling a lot better, not eating so much these days. Maybe everyone's feeling the same. I don't. I'm a vegetarian. I don't eat food. So the only thing I do eat, what I had today was one cornflakes, milk, two boiled eggs, sort of medium, soft medium, if I can time it right. With four slices of toast, cup of tea, cup of coffee, and pretty much on all day. Yeah. Happy enough with that. Nothing wrong with that if you enjoy it, right? But I don't need any more than that. Hey, no worries, mate. I don't expect anyone to hear anyway. Listen, this is getting to the heart of matters anyway. And my mom's in bed, so I'm what am I, 4.5 hours? Big going for another hour now. Let's see what you kind of have. I'll continue trying to. I'll try to reduce it down to ever decreasing. Simplifications. That's what I try to do. So yeah. Like, look, think about yourself. Watery. You're in a fucking swimming pool. You're in a massive swimming pool. Big fucking light source at the center that is not just stationary and kind of doing its thing, right? It's stationary. It's doing its thing, but it's moving up and up and down. Remember that this is what this fucking is about. It's literally. Remember, I was talking about the lungs or the breathing in and out. I mean, does it translate? We are the world. Is it a literal translation, like living, breathing earth? I think so, to some degree. It's all manifest. This is all incorporated within the wondrous nature of our being, right? And the experience that we're coming to contemplate. These are this. When I think about, I don't even think about that. I knew when I made some early discoveries. I mean, after a time, you go, hang on. I'm not going to get excited about this now because even though I actually went to listen, actually went to the local, Fintan Walsh is his name. I have his business card here. A local reporter from the Limerick Leader. I told him all this. I told him some of this stuff anyway. We got the bones of it all out. About an hour and a half interview, and I carry myself anywhere. I can speak to any man. Give a shit what suit you want to put on, or what sort of airs and graces. If you're superior in knowledge, or you have some sort of knowledge base that's beyond my capabilities, I absolutely listen, depending on what the scenario, the situation is. But yeah, when it comes to mano a mano, we're all the same here. No secret to any of us. Um, but yeah, I sat down with him, and I'd say if he had the opportunity, he'd post it, present it, but of course they're all limited by their hierarchy, the editors and the paymasters, etc. But any of the stories, any one of them, I presented him fucking. I said, man, listen, Finton, young fella as well. What am I supposed to do? Come on, man. He's sitting down there with a tape recorder going, yeah, and I'm going, Michelle Obama's a man. Said that. Michelle Obama said Will Smith was one. I mean, but that's just like different things. Well, Theresa May, for instance, Flat Earth. Where do you start? Like, where do you start? Well, what I wanted to bring his attention to first and foremost was the legal name fraud, which I did, and he took down everything I had to say. But everything beyond that expands beyond that. So when I'm talking about all these different stories that I have, and I'm talking about my own discoveries as well throughout the years. As far as I'm aware, I'm suggestion might have been there, but I mean, I did a thread on Charles Manson and George W. Bush being one and the same. I don't know if it was out there, and you can search back and find that somewhere. I don't keep track of any of this stuff, but under the name, um, definitely post 2010, Jim Fetzer, well, Jim Fetzer's channel, I came across this idea and sort of developed it from there until I made a thread over on ATS, Above Top Secret, way back probably in 2011, 2012, something like that. But yeah, Charles Manson being fucking George W. Bush, indisputably, undoubtedly. So you can search back if the terms allow. Peter Shea, Pete Shea, Pete Shea. Would have been 42 at the time. It could have been Pete Shea 42. All jokes aside, um, out on a limb. It's all one word. That's another name out under, and a topsy turvy world. So you're going to find lots of threads there. One of them was Charles Bush. Charles Bush. That's why I asked the question. Where was Joe? Where was Charles Manson on 9/11? Charles Manson. Where was he on 9/11? Go on, answer me. I can answer you. I got most of the things that I am labeled crazy for. I can answer you. You can't give me, you know, I'm not getting any coherent answers from lots of people there. You know what I mean? TT. I'm not talking about you, bud, but you know what I mean. People who are quick to scoff about potential um, theories or potential sort of overarching connections here, which transcends time almost. Yeah, these are not the people we're dealing with, I guess, and you know it better than anyone here, Irving. You know, man. You know it. You either see this stuff or you don't. Or you see the interconnections laid down anyway. You see the non-randomness to everything that's presented to us as information. And well, if there's a pattern to be discerned, and of course there is, well then you're the discerner. And if not you, then who? If you're going to let someone else discern something from you, how are you going to know whether they're discerning it correctly? You never will you? That's why no man can tell any other man about God. Fuck you, man. You can't do that. You can't do that. Then you don't know yourself if you think you can do that. Now, many people think they can do that. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Well, Irving, listen to this, bud. Now we mentioned it the last night with Tom York and the Dodo, right? And the Dodo, his son, his first son, he called Noah, right? So if you remember, associated with the Dodo, Tom York was also nicknamed Salamander as a youngster. Now, Brian Stabley, uh, all due respect to Brian, come on, man, you know, I'm pissing around here. If I met you in a pub here, if I met you face to face, if I met anyone face to face, and you're going to tell me it doesn't matter about recognizing or pointing out deception in rank within ranks, you're going to tell me that, I'll say fuck you, man. I'll say fuck you. I say what game are you in here? What are you trying to do? What's this all about for you? Because it's not about truth. What is it about? You know. And once you get to this stage, you understand that everything is laid out, pre-laid out. All arenas are pre-populated. All sides are controlled. So, in these most pressing of circumstances and situations, for someone to come along, a seasoned skeptic is about to come along and say, well, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter about calling out shills or infiltrators or agents within the flat Earth movement. They're being petty. Get on with your own search. Yeah, look into Mandela with me. Yeah, come on, man. I'm not diminishing you in that sense. Mandela is a real thing, but in a different sense, right? But I understand as well, and I understand, right? It's all theatre. I don't think there's a bad bone in Mark Sargent. I'd like to think there isn't a bad bone in Mark Sargent being, or the same with Patricia Steer. But I don't know that. I'd like to think that's the situation. That they're playing parts and scripted parts, and there's no doubt about it. It's not. I'm not like fucking saying innocent too, right? So it's necessary for me though to come to realize first of all there is a role being played, then whatever the greater entrails of the role that are there for me to sift through, well, uh, that's beyond the first step of me recognizing that the role being played, right? I'm not being upfront, or people are not being upfront with me. It's obvious more and more within the flat earth arena. So, that makes for automatic suspicion. Well, that's fine. It's fine. But yeah, well, just to bring it back to Brian, you're talking about Mandela effect. Yeah, isn't it amazing, Brian? You have no fucking interest in Kid A being the soundtrack to 9/11, right? No interest in that whatsoever. That's what I'm saying. People's imagination. Brian, you're stuck back in 2015, man, or 2012 or something. That's way back when I left Who's Falling Behind. Gatekeeping operation. And it's the same with fakeologist.com. It's all part of the greater theater people are put in place to herd and corral for the most part, but also to facilitate, right? That's what I'm going to say. It's not a completely negative, controlled, sort of orientated, domineering, overarching, omnipotent, evil entity. Um, it's just children's stuff, isn't it? It's like, so beyond that, yeah, it layers beyond. So once you see through that, once you see that the monolith is the movie screen, but then you get to gauge everything in a different light, as Dave Bowman did when I think the point of realization came when he the glass. So something clicked when the glass fell off the table, right, for Dave, and then something clicked. He knew he was being had. He knew he was being had. Or did he? That's a question now. So he was reborn. Oh no, don't get me into that. Now don't get me into that. As a star child, STAR child. We're all star children, we're told. We come from, we're stardust. We're stardust. STAR. DUST. What are the basic components to everything? It's not just the physical. It's not just the sperm and the egg. No, it ain't. No, it ain't. You see, that would be looking at everything from a I'm sure there's absolutely defined terminology and in use terminology, but let me just try. I'm not aware of it. This integration versus disintegration. Starting consideration. Yeah. So, like I said, which came first, the hydrogen, the oxygen, and the water? Yeah, which came first, the sperm, the egg, or the intent? Right, the intent. So, in terms of this physical, in terms of these physical bounds, right, the metaphysical and the immaterials contained within these physical bounds, right? Yeah, what are the greater interactions? What are the greater interplays? Yeah, that's the best way of putting it. What are the greater interplays? And then we look at things in terms of integration or disintegration. I think this is key as well. I think this is absolutely key. Once again, natural. The Bible literalists will take you back to a natural state of affairs. God created the moon and the sun. If you read Genesis closely, Genesis 1, the truth is, when you look, we're not lied to. We're not lied to. It's just all about the interpretation. It's all about the pathways, the neural networks, right? The connections that you have made and the significances you place upon certain, realities. That's the power of the is word. That's the power of the sword, which is the is word. If we are creators, and we can speak things into existence, right? So speak involves intent, involves a word, a transmission from thought, the intent to the physical via the word. Something else occurred to me there. So what is matter? Okay, yeah, shit. Oh, fuck it. Because remember I was with the bathroom and had the strings going against it? And it's like a top. Fucking now that I think of it, the movie Spinning Top or Inception, with the spinning top at the end. So it's like a spinning top, right? I see it. I see it now. It's activity. It's energized activity. So it's all about frequency. So just as I was saying about against the vibrations against the marble bath servants, so that's a marble scramble. Like it's a bath, so it's not a marble plush or pot marble. Very cheap enough marble. It's not even marble, it's ceramic probably. Anyway, but yeah, the more how to the more it settled towards equilibrium, right? The higher the frequency, until it almost sort of became so high that it was nothing. It was indiscernible. So it just had that constant, and it appeared like stillness, absolute stillness. Amazing, amazing. And I think, yeah, so when we consider, our abilities to change our own frequency, it's very easily done as well. And, just listen to a happy song, listen to um, sadder song, listen to another storytelling song, whatever. You'll be able to change your frequencies accordingly. You put yourself in an amorous situation, you'll be able to change your own frequencies. So you can do it at will or at willy, at willy. But whether you choose to or not, or whether you choose to recognize this or not, or whether we come to recognize this or not, I guess. I mean, I'm just considering this. It makes sense. It makes sense. Nothing can be still. Nothing can be still. What does matter then? It's a perturbation within. Well, all waves have to be a perturbation. It has to be a medium. There has to be a cause. There has to be a cause of the perturbation within the medium to allow the wave to take place in the first place. So when I talk about light being an effect, it's not something in an intrinsic aspect to, well, let's say just the sun, for instance, but this is what it's all based off of, the sun itself. So the sun, we know, is not this ball in space emitting light and heat given. So we know what it isn't. So what can we glean about what it is based on the lie or the story, the yarn being spun? Yeah, what can we glean from that? And well, a whole hell of a lot. A whole hell of a lot. If you're paying attention. Who pays attention anymore, right, bud? And it's the freest, I mean, you don't. As I would say earlier on, just to finish off with that one, but we have the game of kings, which is the game of chess, which is the mental, challenge that any man will face against any other man, the highest challenge. And then we have the game of queens, or the Queensberry rules, boxing rules, that physical, what do you call it? That physical test, that physical Herculean challenge, So it applies on both the physical and the mental sense, right? Or the metaphysical, and everything is metaphysical. Why does this seem massive to me? Everything is metaphysical, right? And it's by looking at everything from a series of disintegrations that we can make sense out of everything. And yeah, well, as I say, when we get to this level, and I'm going to say of infiltration, right? The Bible literally. So I'm just using these terms loosely. I don't take away from. I don't know though. I don't know. Some characters I sense. I don't like. I don't like it. I don't like what I sense anyway. But I'd like to think it's still part of the act, right? But if not, well, someone cut down the trees, didn't they? Someone did all this, or something, someone, something. But I don't know. But yeah, the Bible literalists, yeah, nature is nature. This is the way God created the moon and the sun and the two great lights created at the beginning of creation. No, no, that's your interpretation. Read it again. Read it again and notice on our mind this time. And remember, you have to come into flat earth realization. So the book that you cling to now mightn't do well, or it might do better if you could view that in a different light as well, maybe in the light in which it was written. No, but that will never occur to you, but because you have this fixity associated with the very genesis, right? The sun and the moon were created as is. Everything is a natural system. Sure, but God brought flood upon the world. That's all he did. He just opened up an old floodgate here, a floodgate there, and said, "Off you go, you other shit. Better luck next time." No, no. Yeah. What is the core? What is the core? Yeah, I don't mean to be I'm not being disrespectful or blasphemous here. Look, that's the story that's given to us, and you can take it in a literal sense. Everything has every My head seems to be blending in with the back of the wall here. Never mind that. Never mind that. But what time? My brother's. I think he was on the night shift. Wasn't he? I don't think he's done well. I take Brandy for a walk tomorrow. Oh, maybe no. Actually, if I'm going busking. Anyway, um, yeah, people starting the day's work, and there's me, the smoking joints and talking shit. I'm not talking shit though, really. It's not. It's the opposite of shit, to be honest. It's of the utmost import. That's what I'd say. That's what I'd say. At least in terms of what we can achieve within our own, our own being, our own understanding, our own encompassment. That's it. Say that past 3 times. Accomplissement. Yeah. So let's go. Let me actually, you know, we should have done this to give you a bit more contrast. There is that. Come on. See that? Look at that, man. And that doesn't even, that is terrible. Sure how good that coming through. I'm looking at the computer screen from a bad angle as well, so it's probably coming through clearer. Now, can you notice the distinct pattern associated with the moon itself? This is very distinct, and it's very revealing as well. When you look at high altitude balloon footages above the atmosphere, at the sun particularly, you won't get too many looking at the moon. Any ones you do, the moon will always diminish in size. We're dealing with reflections here, observer dependent reflections. And yeah, this outline, this pattern is associated with the sun as well. So when you understand what you're dealing with or what you're looking at, you understand you're looking at a reflection of a crater-like structure. And well, this outline that we see now associated with the moon outside my window, I can see it clearly here. Yeah, this is a fixity. This is a fixity, this pattern, and well, for me, I've traced it back to well, the one crater alone, which is Aristarchus, and that pattern associated with that. But with the yeah, that's amazing. Let me turn on the light. The mother must be driven mad. God, look at the smell. Can't do anything about it. Good kush. No one fucking came all the way up the river with that today with the ballot flowers. I mean, my mother can't appreciate the effort it's gone into me, me smoke. But I can appreciate that the smell is all over the house and she has nothing to do. Don't think about that. Anyway, it's like, what do you do? I mean, when this is not just this is not my mother. This is me, right? It's just I mean, anyone around me necessarily has to think this just because of the things I say. So after a certain amount of time, because they know Peter's Peter, like he's going to say what he, you know, come hell or high water. Well, yeah, you just become accustomed. First of all, not delving too deeply into anything, and you just become accustomed to being automatically labeled as insane for even the littlest things that you have to say. So as I said about going into the reporter, if he printed any one of those fucking stories, the ones I gave him, and followed up on them, you'd have fucking headline news all over the world. Mark Thatcher is Theresa May. That's mad stuff. It's too big though, like, isn't it? Will Smith is Barack Obama. That's crazy shit. Of course, all this stuff is known, right? So the people who are in these positions, and you know, deeper layers of it all. What is the superstructure? I don't know this, but it's all coordinated anyway. So make of it what you will beyond that level. But yeah, in terms of personal experience, yeah, well accustomed to pretty much everything I say to anybody, yeah, but anything at all is going to be deemed crazy. But the people around me all know I'm a decent person. Children across the way here talked to me earlier on, a good laugh. But you know, what are you supposed to do? What are you supposed to do? Let's see what else you can do, really. Irving says, Sun Gold Element 79, first in pi, position 13. Okay. The Silver Element 47, first in pi at position 119. Ooh, that's interesting, isn't it? Oh, ooh. Oh, that's pretty. Hang on now. So that would imply, Irving, that hmm, that's mad, isn't it? That's mad that you. How do you know that? Well, I guess that's maybe common knowledge. Is it, or you know, someone else's? That didn't occur to you to silver. Hang on, how do you work that out? Silver element 47, first in pi at position 119. So you're saying that when 3.1417, so the first time that 4 and 7 are adjacent is at position 119. When it starts, we have 4, and then there's a position, I guess, 120 is 7. So we have 4 and 7. The silver 47. Is that much lower than gold? I thought gold was a bit on there, but oh. Sun Gold Element 79, first in pi at position at 13. It's 3.1415. Let me bring a pi here. So pi, of course, is the relationship between the diameter of the circle to the circle itself. My conundrum, I think, is a very good riddle. I think it's an excellent riddle, actually. A little devious, but getting to the heart of matters as well. What? How does what did I say? How does 0 divided by 1 equal 42? Yeah. How does 0 divided by 1 equal 42? No, no, that's not it. Yeah. Uh, Not going to give away the riddle there because the answer is already the 0 is the circumference and the 1 is the diameter. The relationship between the diameter and the circumference is 3.14159 to 1, but abbreviated 3.14 to 1, right? 3.14 is a mathematical instruction for multiplication. 3 times 14 gives you 42. So how does 0 divided by 1 give you 42? It does and it doesn't, right? I'll have to look into this more. No, that's another thing I have to look into because everything loops in a circle like this. So there has to be some point where that looping is more predominant than at other points. And I think these are the strategically placed oceanic areas where this is most evident. Now, one of the problems, let me just think about this now. Ronnie and Jason, right? Their map. So they sort of like free energies, which Arwen seems to have taken free energy. I'll get into that. Free energies where you have this rectangular looping model. So everything is sort of like a conveyor belt, and everything loops around on a continuous basis, right? And you never have a circling. So the sun and the moon, nothing is circling. It's just all perspective related, but fundamentally we have this absolute movement, this horizontal, movement. Now that involves, and that's why I was thinking about Ronnie and Jason, because they have to do the same level of denying, and that is they have to deny the circling sun at the north center. So what's it called? The midnight sun? It's not the midnight sun, is it? No, that's midnight. That's the Antarctic. So the all day sun, whatever it is, 24-hour sun. Sorry, Arctic 24-hour sun, circling sun. So you have the cameras rotating. You can see it literally doing a circle, right? And so they have to deny all of that, and they put it down to some sort of warpitude of space time, or which is fair enough, right? I could go along with that. I hold that space time is reality, because not in the traditional sense, though, but space has been created, right? Space has been created from something. Separation has occurred between us, right, and what lies beyond. For us, for me, waters, saline waters. Waters were never created by God. Very significant. In the beginning was the word. What about the thought? What was the thought? In the beginning of what, though, you see? In the beginning of this material adventure, maybe the waters were parted. When the waters are parted, what happens? Well, the birth of the universe begins. The birth of your universe begins when your mother's waters are parted. And yeah, that's unbelievable. I showed you the road. It's like fucking bearing down on me. I don't mean in any oppressive way or anything like that. I'm not intimidated or learn to have respect. Learn to have respect. And the moon can put you on your back and be afraid to fart like for 2 weeks. And you're dealing with different sort of powers. I was going to look up, oh yeah, pi. So pi, so let's just get it. It's 3. So you said to the first 13 places, 3.14159. So yeah, to 2 decimal places, it is abbreviated 3.14. So 3.14 is in mathematical instruction, you get 42. So how does 0 divided by 1 give you 42? That's how. And is that going anyway towards? Well, I'm sure it does. Yeah. That is the question. right? To give the answer of 42, the ultimate answer to life, the universe, and everything. That's one possible question. What do you get if you decide? Fucking hell, tell me your question. So that's my question. What do you get if you divide 0 by 1? That's amazing. Because that's the theta, right? That's the theta birth. I talked about the water separating of the water, the birth canal, B-I-R-T-H, S-tone. B-I-R-T-H, the theta, the 0 and the 1, the immaterial and the material combined. It's the theta. Theology. God is within. God and the devil are within. Remember when we combined God and the devil? G-O-D. We reversed the D of God and we connected the beginning D of devil, E-V-I-L, we realized one. Equivalent aspect of the other. No separating the two. One the same, different faces to the same coin. So once you realize that theta in the center, then the instruction is go live. So go live, friends. Whatever that entails. So just we're going 3.14159265359. And it goes on. This is the whole idea about the irrational number that is pi. That it's never repeated, right? It's never repeated. But although, well, that's get out of here. Get out of here. That's and now I can. Of course, I can understand why it's never repeated. It never can be. Because how can you divide 0 by 1? You think you can do it, but how can you? Because no matter how well, and we can do it pretty well, no matter how well you can define 1. You can't define 0, bud. You can't do it. This is why 0 and infinity remain the two undefined terms as used in mathematics to define reality, right? 0, the lemniscate, is the 0 twisted, turned on its side. So from nothing, you get infinity. But what did you do to nothing? You divided it, twisted it, distorted it, manipulated it. But you first have had to have the nothing, right? Or what the nothing represents, or specifically the 0. For me, 0 is the uncountable immaterial. Break away from the heliocentric, break away from Aristarchus. Aristarchus is Samos, is reunited. We're promised reunification with the tree of life. Revelations 22. Jesus is the tree of life, gradually. So reunification implies division. Jesus died 3. Tree. Jesus was a carpenter, and carpenter deals in dead wood. So anyway, the reason I've done the pi there earlier was just because what were you saying? It was 13, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. I'm lucky I only got to 12 here. I'm going to go further. Well, the next link I have is 1 million of pi on one page. I'd show that now. I could share my screen, but I can't do that. I can understand why, no matter how much you own in it, you'll never be able to pinpoint it. That's because you haven't defined 0. You can't divide 0 by 1, but you can't define your immaterial nature in a material sense. You can't do it. But that equation is constantly made, right? Because it's the only language you can deal in. You understand? And how is that greater truth represented then? Well, it's via symbols like the lemon skate, which is the symbol for the infinity, the 8 on its side, and well, the twisted zeros. So we have all-encompassing nothingness to infinity. Right? Nothingness is the immaterial, the realms of the immaterial, infinite, or lemon skate, lemon skate. No, not lemon skate, lemon skate, lemon skate, lemon skate, lemon skate. So I kept thinking about lemon tree, and I can see why it is lemon tree. Lemon is skate. Can't see why lemon tree. I did sing that earlier. But, yeah. So from, yeah, isn't it funny? So from nothing, we fashion the infinite. God. Behold God. So be it. So be it. Captain John Picard's instructions, make it so. Make it so. S-O in relation to, well, just what I've been talking about. The S is half of the 8. The 8 is the twisted O. So the fourfold sort of division within, again, male from female, self from self. Now you got to bridge the gap. I'll tell you something for nothing. If you don't think everything is known about this, everything is. If you don't think that everything isn't known about the nature of this realm, you're crazy, man. You're crazy. Everything you're considering now, you think all of the intelligence, it's assumed official story or whatever. Your man is on this kind of quest or an adventure to explore it, to figure out the nature of reality. Well, if you assume that's the case, do you think they haven't come by some pretty core truths in that search for truth? Of course they have. And one of those truths is, I'm looking at the moon right now, and I know, right? Now, myself, I know if I had the ability to use my jet boots or something like that, I'd be on the realms of possibility. I make my way directly towards that moon, right? I know with all of my being. The closer I got to that, the more it would diminish until eventually it would disappear completely. That's how sure I am. And all you have behind you then is a watery backdrop. The infinite reaches of hell when hell freezes over. And if I can get there without any funding, without any massive efforts into finding out the nature of these things, of course, we have the benefits now of all this information at our fingertips. And most particularly, high-altitude balloon footage is the first time from amateurs, meaning you can send up the same things and get the same results, right? And there's so much to be learned from them, and most especially the stars disappearing at night time. Now, the last launch that Dwayne Kellum set up, he set it on infinity zoom. All I'm interested in is what you can see with the eye, the human eye, what the human would experience. Right? It's not about picking up energies. No, this is about what the human eye can experience. That's what it's all about. If we could pick up energies, then we'd be ensconced in absolute glaring light all the time. All the time. It's just a heightened buzz of activity. This is the ether, right? It's just they're living, this is the beat within. And the ether has a source again. What is that source? Everything goes back to Aristarchus, right? The decapitated tree of life. Yeah, in that sense, the veins, the arteries have been severed. In particular sense, it is pretty nasty. It is pretty ripping. You know, they have been ripped apart, just you know. That's it. The man. So they have the man and the woman together, right? And then so it's ripped them apart. And you have the man with all the dangly bits and the woman with all the holes, and you know, ultimately that's the ever attraction there to recomplete that circuit. So it is pretty graphic and it is pretty gruesome. But listen, smell of someone's farts can be fucking gruesome, right? Yeah, not your own, mind you, but smell someone's. I don't know. Actually, not that it's just occurring to me now, but as I look at the moon as well. Back to her eye. Look at her eye. When's the last time you I can't show my screen here, but I have pictures where my brother took a real close up of my eye with his good camera, so you have the ability to zoom right in. So that's pretty much exactly what I'm seeing here. And yeah, I have put up the comparison between my own eye and the fractured like pattern around the central black hole, right, which can sort of expand and contract. And well, Aristarchus from the moon. From the moon, this is our biggest clue, the moon. So most detailed pictures available, everything is before you. So that's what I talked about earlier. Mount Meru, Yggdrasil, it's all in the realms of mythology. You know, any representations you're only going to see in archaic maps or pictorial form, cartoonish form, some manner or guise. Whereas Aristarchus, the Mount Meru is the same thing. Yggdrasil, it's all representing the exact same thing. A Meru car, a Meru go round. Well, it's Aristarchus, and now outside of the realms of mythology, well, we have it in well, reality. You can look at it, you can see Aristarchus first of all everywhere, because you realize this life energy is expressing everywhere, and we're just seeing all the different forms of this expression. But now you can hone in on it. Or looking at greater R's darkest, but remember, there's always more to hone in on. Eventually, you get back into the sperm and the egg, which is what started it and what will end it all. The division is true. The division is true. Well, it's always been about repair. Repair. So those sundered parts coming to back, coming like a broken bone, coming back stronger than ever. So this year, everything points this year, and between now, I said it about the one. So let's just get the date straight. 1/9, September 1st, 2019, and November 11th, 2019. 30 dates. We got time. So I was talking about that, coming up to just my own goals and that, and how September 1st was a very significant date in my brain. Then we had Hurricane Dorian, right? Dorian. Uh, the picture of Dorian Gray is brought to mind. And I think its epicenter occurred or hit land. I don't know about this, but in and around September 1st, anyway, it was definitely a prominent feature over that time. And well, to look beyond the literal. Isn't it funny? Hurricane Erin is associated with 9/11. If you don't know anything about Hurricane Erin and 9/11, I know what they had to do there. See all the images. It was the clearest, crispest day in New York. They had to make certain that no, there's more to it than that. Not that they had to make certain, but that's what they did. They brought some weather front, they can easily control weather systems, and they brought it up, and it lingered outside New York area, sucked all of the sort of depressurized all of the local areas, so you had the clearest of days, right? And this is what September 11, 2001 was known for. Now, a few different reasons for that, but Hurricane Erin, the fact that it was called Erin itself, Erin is Ireland, right? Ireland, Erin, Ireland, Era. It's the same thing. Hurricane Erin is Irish Hurricane, Ireland. That's the direct association. And that was September 11th. But here we have the Hurricane Dorian now. And straight away brought back to another Irish connection with Oscar Wilde, and more specifically his work, The Picture of Dorian Gray. Haven't read it or heard about it, look into it, and the premise being that eternal life was how, hang on, that essence was transferred into artifice, into a photograph, right, of the man, and the man himself was ageless as long as the photograph and the picture remained intact, unharmed and unseen. And oh gosh, it was a much more in-depth story. Depending on how his character sort of developed and catered with immortality, the reflections of that those inner demons, I guess, started to show more and more over the years in terms of the expression through the artifice, through the picture itself, which held the essence of the man. So it's all very interesting, this immortality theme, and I pointed out as well, Eric Cantona, like flies, the wanton boys are we to the gods, they kill us for their sport, but no more. This was the message I got, no more, we are now eternal. Very strange, it's not very strange at all, though, as well. if we try and interconnect everything. It's all theater, but have all of these interconnections. Yeah, so that's his story. He says Eric Cantona, famous footballer, French footballer, Manchester United football club, MCU, come it is MCU, and Marvel Comics Universe, MCU, come as well. So you're always being brought back to it. This is what all of the NASA. We understand that it's all fucking cartoons, it's all piss takeaway, but they are leading us in with all the sexual innuendo. It's not just a pure piss take, right? It's not just a pure perversion. It's bringing us back to the heart and the core of all consideration and all that. So the sperm and the egg, and what is the nature of this? First of all, um, well, yeah, the divide comes later. What is the nature of this? Of these, can't call them separations because it implies that you already know that they're taken from a whole. So, what would you say that these? Oh, that's interesting. Think of new words. I mean, just to, well, words don't suffice. The thought is enough. Thought is enough. I understand my thought. I understand the concept. I understand where what I'm trying to unravel here in my thought, right? Um, yeah. So as I say, if I had the ability to go towards that moon, I know it would diminish. The closer I got to it, it would diminish in size until eventually it would go out, and I would just be in the heart of the zone, and I wouldn't be able to distinguish. Like I started talking earlier on about the bell jar, the local pub. The light was at the top. The bell jar was a glass jar, and it was inverted. And it's only by me walking around that it suddenly transmogrified into what was something remarkably like in color and shape the sun. And going, well, isn't that something? Isn't that something? It's all about perspective then. So as we lessen the distance, and well, we also change the medium between us and the moon, then the moon will tend to lose its sparkle until eventually it will disappear like the stars will disappear to our eyes only. That doesn't mean that the energies aren't still there. And if you didn't have your X-ray vision on, that you know or not your X-ray vision, whatever your own particular adjustable wavelength goggles, that you can see any particular frequency. But yeah, once we go beyond the visible range, this is where we have there's no longer any medium, right, to transmit these energies. And this is what water is. It's water everywhere. This is what allows us to see. Water is reflective on the macro and on the micro. So we have a mirrored sky, and I'm certain of that. I'm absolutely certain that that is the case. So we're in a hall of mirrors. The sun, the moon and the sun, one is a reflection of the other. We're dealing with reflections and their interactions. And yeah, it's it's with that realization I honed everything down into, well, as I say, what we view as disparate. The moon is our best evidence, right? As it's right fucking there, right fucking there. Honestly, it's just right there. And I showed you. Let me show you again. It's right there. As I go for a cigarette, again, it's going to be still right there, even closer and up, with the same pattern, with the same knowingness to it, with solemnity. think that the moon has a certain serenity to it. And it's feminine, of course it's feminine. And I'm almost after seeing didn't notice that before, and I know many things about the moon, but I'm almost after seeing well, I know the dodo has already been located on the moon. That's come back just for me myself, but now I can see it. Now I can see. I was looking at it from a different perspective. I'm not used to looking at the moon like this, right? Because so you have what they call the rabbit ears like this. So as the moon comes into the sky, if I'm looking at it, it's like this. As it goes across the sky, even though it takes moving quickly, it was a straight line, it appears to me to move like this. So I'm very early up at this time, which is 5:30, and the moon now has gone to an orientation I'm not used to seeing that. And as I'm just sitting here looking at this, I'm going, I can see the fucking dodo on the moon, the Gleason's map, orientated this way. Well, the Gleason's map is a clue for us. It's not the be all and end all. That's a clue for us. As another big clue is the Orlando Ferguson map, which will all lead us ultimately to the Oculus mosaic. I mean, I reckon. Yeah, I reckon I have all the pieces necessary to to piece the Oculus mosaic together. So for the most part, anyway, I definitely know how to go about decoding it. I have the significance of the dodo, how it associates with the Oculus mosaic itself, the Oculus mosaic to be found beneath the WTC centers in New York, beneath the Freedome Tower, Redodome Tower. So Dodo has gone to Do, right? Dodo is the divided state. So this is all about moral unity, division, reunification. Yeah. So this is like way back in my thinking. So that the moon then is a reflection, and an observative and a medium-dependent reflection. That doesn't take away from the energies, right? The energies are still ever present. This is what I talk about the source energies. Aristarchus is the source of everything. Magnetism, electricity, one is the female, one is the male. The magnetism is the male, the electricity is the female. It's the solidity and the shade, right? It's the well, how much is a whole weigh? How much is a whole weigh? What size hole do you want? A big hole. What sort of a truck do you want to need to? What sort of truck now? What class of a truck would you need to carry that home? Well, it depends the size of the hole you want. We got big holes. We got medium holes. We got large holes. We got holes with bells on. Take your pick. I don't want to pick now. I just want to know how much does a hole weigh. Yeah, well, space, counter space. You ever wonder why? What's his name? What's his name? Ben Affleck is not his name. Theora Faces, right? What's his Ken Wheeler? Ben Affleck. Where's Miles Out? Maybe it wasn't Miles Out. Maybe fucking Ken Wheeler is Ben Affleck in a fucking fat, ugly tattooed suit. Now, Now that would connect his mathematical genius to Will Young in Good Will Hunting. Will Young in Good Will Hunting. I'm sure it wasn't Will Young. Will Young was singing Evergreen, wasn't it? I get things confused. Hang on. I'm here, just like I said. Yeah. Good Will Hunting. Sick. Israel is you, friends. Israel is you. So here's a good question. Can you see the Australia, Aurora Borealis and Aurora Australis during the daytime? Can you perceive it during the daytime? If you can, in what way does it manifest? I think for the most part, the answer that I will get if I look it up. I haven't looked it up. I'm a shit researcher, as I said, you know. But I think for the most part, it will be undetectable visually, anyway. At least you will detect no significant interferences as become apparent at non-daylight times, so that this thing is continuously in activity. Yeah, this is very telling. And look, again, everything that's presented to us and associated with the spinning ball heliocentric model is all metaphor, right? It's all referring to something else, you know. It's by way of comparison, and that comparison couldn't be by to more an extreme degree, i.e., it's been completely inverted. It's been completely flipped on its head. But that it is metaphor, it still remains the case. Extreme metaphor. And well, this is the way we're always encouraged, and especially in these times, to look at everything. So, what have I been talking for now about? 6 hours, man. Unbelievable. I haven't even said anything. Shit. I haven't talked about anything, man. That's mad, Irving. I mean, your mind is amazing, man. I should just spend a hangout, and I have to do that. Listen, let me hang on. I have to do this. Hang on. It's mad, though. Your mind is mad, Irving, in terms of these connections. But as I say, I know as well. Once you follow something to its fruition, will always come towards, well, this is what we're looking for, isn't it? Irving, the grand unifying um, pivotal point to everything, because I think everything must harmonize around that central point of, first of all, reality, and then knowing. So it all comes back to, well, the thinker, right? But yeah, you know you're on your own with most of what you're saying, man. You just know it. You know it. Like, and I've said this to you many times. Like, I know I'm on my own, and I bet both of us can testify to none of this stuff being difficult. It's just following something from an early point, right? From the roots almost, and taking it to fruition wherever it leads. And it all leads ultimately, as I say, I think back to the same wonder. Everything must harmonize around, ultimately harmonize. We're in a disharmonious, um, well, confused, torn state, divided state, bifurcated state, which the wasp in the wig does. And that treasure, that's another one to revisit. But I mean, let's come back to Alice in Wonderland and how pivotal role it plays in all of this. As you say, chapter 3, Alice meets the dodo. It's the last treasure of the ages, and there was only one print, which contained a certain detail beneath the wing of the dodo, which turned out to be the face of someone very familiar indeed. It's a different story, but how did I get back to Alice in Wonderland again? Everything goes back there. Ultimately, all of us say Wonderland. All of us were in Wonderland. All of us choose Alice. All of us. Mm. Okay, another layer. Another layer. I should read this actually. I should read this. Um, and then let me just get the light over now. Hang on, let me just have a cigarette here. I'm telling you something. The more amazing thought I just had there, and I've had it before as well, is that all of this is known. This changes everything. All of this is known. So when I'm talking about being brought back to Alice in Wonderland, very justifiably everything has to go back there. For book, two most significant books, the most translated books, Earth's Wide, right? So greater significance were told at the very introduction, chapter 1, Alice in Wonderland. The spinning ball Earth is nonsense. We're told that. So schoolgirls can realize this. Now we are in Wonderland, which is, well, what is Wonderland? Down the rabbit hole. We're invited there, right? Deep inside the rabbit hole, David Weiss, witness to 9/11. David WISS. Why not we, sister, right? So again, sister, brother, son, all from the divided state. So beauty within themselves, but from a ugly origin. It's the only way the true ugliness is to be torn from our true nature, the true selves. So that's the new backdrop. And it's not the new backdrop, it's always been the backdrop. Life has to be about something. And we can cope with anything. Alice in Wonderland, yeah. So the second book, chessboard, the journey of the chessboard. So this is got to do with different component parts. The Wonderland, this, well, it says it itself, Alice in Wonderland, right? The material part. So we talked about the game of kings, the chess, right? The mental realm. And then we had the game of queens, which is exemplified within the boxing ring. Why is it a boxing ring? So a boxing ring is always square. Why is it a ring? There's so many. These are just different areas of this is what I'm saying. I'd much rather be talking about. I don't know. What are you? For instance, I'd much rather be talking about right now, anyway. Not even talking about. Yeah, just talking about it because I do enough. That's all I do. It's not all I do with it, but I only think about it alone. Let me think. I just write down. I wrote down today. Right. So I mentioned ether, heart, earth, underground, right? So especially with the A, the old A and the E connected, that's telling you that everything is interconnected. And that's a point I want to make about things need to be here and they're there. So which we to take is Jesus symbolic and external, or is Jesus literal and, well, internal, if you want to put it like that? You know, is Jesus the Son, or is Jesus my Son? So it's not one or the other, it's both. This is the whole purpose of understanding the original context. Well, the venture into Genesis 2. 1 is the loneliest number. Well, man, all this stuff is amazing. towards the loneliest night you ever knew. Two can be as bad as one. It's the loneliest time since the morning war. Yeah, Genesis 1, Genesis 2. Which brings us back to Alice in Wonderland. So again, if we rate it on this level of significance, I'm sure we'll all appreciate it. Told that the spinning wall earth is a load of hogwash, a load of nonsense from chapter 1 of the first book, which, as I said, deals with the queens, the Red Queen's prominence in chapter 1. So this is the Queen's realm, the Queen's rules, the physical and the material aspect, of the things that hard to you. Maybe this is a fundamental divide, obviously, but I'm just trying to think in terms of the meeting at the heart, because we have the two divides within, and well, this is where we move on to say the intellectual aspect of things. But I guess so, and that's in that grander sense, anyway. And well, of course, all physicality comes from, well, let me phrase it correctly, in a way we can all appreciate anyway. Without the thought, there's no action. Without the cognizance, and without the communicative abilities and when the interplay within the mechanism, well, then there is no motion. There is no motivation. There's nothing to drive anything without that driving force, right? The immaterial base. But again, we have to look at the different divides that we're in. So we divide the male from female, self from self. And we can see that clear divide down the center, left brain from right brain. We're mirrored, fundamentally, we're mirrored down the center line. So none of this is incidental, accidental, everything connects, and it's only when you at least try and consider everything in this interconnected sense, outside of any of the clues that have been left to you, outside of anything that the Beatles I've decoded about. Paul is the dodo. Paul and Fall had to be changed because this is a refined, divided state, right? And Ringo Starr is R Starkey, Richard Starkey. And Mauritius, the home of the dodo, on the emblem, it's the star and key of the Indian Ocean. So outside of any of this sort of stuff, and all the myriad other clues that are pointing us towards the same thing, fundamentally we'll all come back to well, this motive, us coming to terms with this motive force behind well, the intellect, and how it transfers or translates into physicality, I guess, and material realm expression. That's probably a good way to put it. Right? It's an avatar, and there we have the word tar. Isn't that amazing? Avatar, right? Yeah. Guitar, as I said, it's made prominent. Martin Leakey, Fabio Lanzoni, the Welsh version of Fabio Lanzoni. Yeah, he was a tar. He was a Navy man. He told you over the years he was a man in the Navy. He's been to every port in town. Well, he's a tar. You're a tar. You don't stop being a tar when you're a Navy man. What's a tar? Mm. Able-bodied seaman. He's not from Estonia. Estonia, the Estonian is the TH. You notice the distinction between is pay attention. This is it, Michael Jackson told us. Michael Jackson being the dodo? Come on. Michael Jackson faking his death and coming back as the five alive dodo. That's not my information. People have brought that back in 2012 before everyone knew this stuff. But I knew it's about Michael Jackson. I wasn't really faked his death. But yeah, it only made sense within the right context then, which was the flat earth context, which was the Gleason's map that was only given to us and helped, if you remember back to those days, by all of the main actors in Technicolor, glaring Technicolor behind them for hours on end as they were doing interviews. They had the Gleason's map, and every one of them had it turned the wrong way around. Never occurred to anyone to put Australia at the bottom. Yet they better. It did at the time to beat Shea. And yeah, it seems so obvious, like, doesn't it really? But it does now. It only seems so obvious when you're looking back on having already solved that puzzle. But the point being that it's put into a greater spectrum for analysis. And yeah, as I talked about these characters so many times, they don't stray from central positions, and they showed themselves up, I think, within weeks. I knew what I was dealing with. Well, I'm saying weeks, longer than that, definitely. Well, Antonio Suarez was quite a character early doors, and there was a whole sort of interplay going on between, um, flat Earth leader heads here and there, sort of Martinique been in Wales, Antonio Suarez been in Manchester, I think, and there was sort of a trans-Atlantic force in play as well, which was the Potato Crew. And there was this good international cooperation, and everyone was feeling good about themselves at the time. There was a great optimism there. Certainly, for myself, I never lost the optimism. But in these characters, I've come to view them in a different way. So the optimism has shifted. I understand that now that I look at these characters, that's all they are, because I know that if I step out of my interactions with them now and step into interactions with them maybe 2, 3, 4 years ago, it's irrelevant. I'd be pretty much getting back the exact same spiel I'm getting like as I'm getting right now. So I've long since realized this, and I've long since realized I do characters, and I usually find out characters as well. I mean, when I spoke to Antonio Suarez first, yeah, so I wouldn't say big personalities, but it was like at the time some great discoveries were being made. I mean, you were up against the man. There's no greater, especially because there was so much resistance as well. As I talked about Clues Forum, this is when something was controversial at Clues Forum, then it was really controversial. Flat Earth was controversial on Clues Forum. So that told me everything I needed to know then. Another awakening, another fucking injection of reality. The whole thing is set up. This is more set up. You just got to go along yourself and try and piece all these things together. But the one thing they didn't like, and they're not taking into consideration, is flat Earth. So no matter what your reckonings are, if you're not taking into consideration the basics at all, then you're going to be way out. I don't give a fuck who you are. So that gives the game away. Think about the number of over the years. Think about the people who've influenced you, and up until the present day, outside of particularly flat Earth context, right? I'm just talking about any other walks of conspiracy life, really, information just any other gurus of information. How many of them have incorporated flat Earth thinking into their philosophy? Now, once you get to a certain point, you're let in on this secret. That brings me back to what I should have finished off with because I left you hanging, with the encounter with the gaggle of Freemasons. No disrespect or anything, but yeah. So after getting out of the way, I was surprised that he didn't know about at least the idea that the Earth might be flat and stationary. But genuinely was surprised because he seemed like a high enough man, and from my thinking capacity, it has to be an open secret. You have to, once you get beyond a certain point, what are you going to do? Oh well, why didn't you tell me, Bob? Me and you went fishing for you. We went on holidays and all this. And you never told me the Earth was flat. Oh well, Bob, you have to get beyond the 15 or 32nd degree, and then you're going to do. Now I can see how that might work as well because it's such a dramatic revelation and everything in its own time. But I don't think that you can't keep secrets like that from your best mates anyway. So I would have assumed that beyond a certain level, a lot of people know the Earth is flat. But this guy seemed to express genuine wonder. Seemed like I could describe it. And he was like, go on, Lord. And he was like, the other lads were a bit more impatient, but I wasn't talking to them. But I said, well, you know, as Alice tells us, is no more ridiculous thoughts. Alice tells us in chapter 1 of Alice in Wonderland, the most ridiculous thoughts you learn in school, that people are walking around with life going on upside down. How ridiculous a notion. And she imagines what's happening if she's falling through the rabbit hole. Because she thinks, well, hang on, if I'm going through the earth, will I end up at the other side as I'm told in school? And all this sort of stuff. But yeah, the ridiculous notion of it is made perfectly clear when we re-examine the significance of the tale of Alice in Wonderland and how it pertains to us in our own journey. And yeah, um, it's amazing. I set up I could write at this stage. I could write about 10 books and all of this. So I'm doing a hopeless job of trying to crunch everything in. But one thing I would encourage you is not to get hung up in the details at this stage. Grasp the basic idea and run with it, or don't, right? But if you do choose to run with it, make sure it has a solidity, a sort of some sort of firmness to it, and then you can spring off of it. And then you can always come back to that point in the reckoning and take a different pathway. But that's the way we have to look at this. And well, as I say, amazing thought that all of this is known. Not Alistair. Yeah, well, it is Alistair. Alistair Crowley painted the most wickedest man in history. Also, a major association made between Barbara Bush and Bush family and Alistair Crowley. All the theatre, all part of it. But once we see through the horror masks, which we were always meant to, um, which we're always meant to, we find It was compulsory, he said, for his students to know Alice in Wonderland as through Looking Glass, inside out, back to front. So pay attention, pay attention. I don't know why I brought up that now, because all right. So the discarded chapter is the blending of two disparate previous, first of all, the two previous books, Alice in Wonderland, Alice Through Looking Glass, the discarded chapter, which was The Wasp in the Wig. I don't know this at length, an amazing find, an amazing series of realizations as well. This is the key. This is the key to it all. And 13, is it the 13th chapter, discarded chapter of the second book, or Alice Through Looking Glass. I haven't thought about that in a while. I never look back at my own hands. And again, it's not for any other reason. I'm here at the time. Most of the information I'm presenting, I don't even want to present it. Oh man, what am I trying to do here? So it's trying to give some, and I'm generally hopeless at it, giving some sort of coherency to everything. It's only by sort of sticking with it that the idea comes across. I hope anyone more than anything else, and that's all that it's about. I can draw you pictures all I like. Go on and fucking look at the clouds and see the repeating patterns. See if there's any validity to what I'm talking about. I can prove there is. I can absolutely prove it. And the same repeating patterns that I see in my sky, you will see in your sky. You're just looking at it from a slightly different perspective in relation to your land position, in relation to the sun traveling around the contoured barrier. Certain contour, that contour we are under, as we look towards the equator, right, that's the barrier heightens up, and as you go to the other side, if you continue down, this is the maximum when it comes back down. So this is it's like a donut shape, but it's like, but it's not really, because when you think about it in terms of dimensions, as much as we can give any, we can gauge dimensions. What is a dimension? How do you slice dimensions? How do you quantify time? Sorry, how do you quantify space? What is space? Of course, if everything is misdefined or misallocated from the outset, then everything has to come back for reconsideration at a very core, basic level. So, as flat earthers, what is space? What is time? Are you saying time doesn't exist? So you say space is fake. And I say, well, what is space? Are you saying that there's no space? And you go, well, no, you have to give some sort of an answer, right? So space is something, time is something. Time relates to the passage of the sun, primarily, but as everything is connected, it's the passage of all of well, Aristarch is ultimately back to the singular source. These are all reflections, manifestations of a divided form. This is what. Yeah, you won't find. Well, you won't find. I don't want to say, but I don't know much about Ken Wheeler, but you won't find him honing in the source. You won't find him talking about flat Earth, and I think so deliberately as well. You're meant to make the leaps, but Daddy certainly knows you're meant to piece the puzzle together. He certainly gives out some great, excellent information, but it's not complete. It's not complete. And needs must, as you say, needs must, it can't be complete. No one can tell you the truth. You got to work it out yourself. And only then, when you know it's true, then it becomes true. No matter who said it before, who says it afterwards. But yeah, well, electricity, magnetism, something has been severed. Something has been severed. The tree of life. Do you ever hear Ken Wheeler talking about giant crystalline trees? What about the sand? What about the sand and on the beaches? What use is sand? What can sand be transmogrified into according to, let's say, applied frequencies? Glass, transparent glass. Possibly. What is sand? What is sand? Well, if sand is something akin to sawdust of giant crystalline trees, well, well, yeah. Once again, basic questions. No one's broaching that um, as far as any what do you call it conversation. I even recall over any amount of time, no one has considered the nature of the barrier itself. Now, first of all, of course, you have to sort of come to the thinking that there is a barrier. You have to decide what barrier might be separating what we are. Coming back to space again, the real, there is space. And then a question for flat earthers: as you go up, why does the pressure decrease to zero at a certain point? Stay that way until it gradually shows an increase beyond another certain point. What's going on there? How do you explain this? I have an explanation. The barrier is permeable. It's not a fixed and solid barrier as well. Um, when I was trying to get the dimensions into your brain, about when I was talking about a sort of half donut shape around, well, at the highest point around the equatorial area, it's amazing to consider. As the moon goes off into the distance there. Um, 60 miles, the Kármán distance. So that equatorial bulge, 60 miles high from ground level. Amazing, amazing. But I think distance loses it. Everything loses meaning, and to a certain point, it does. There's a different sense of perspective that applies along the ground than in the air. So there's no obstruction between there. There's nothing else my visuals and my brain needs to take into consideration. It's just me and the target, right? There's a direct line of sight, no obstructions. Now, if that target, like the moon, was closer to the ground, then my vision would have to take all of the panorama into view, and the sense of perspective along the ground would be distinguished from the sense of perspective, which a direct line of sight to the object. Thinking about larger objects, more particularly sun and moon at the horizon, for instance, or close enough to the horizon. So, yeah, this is a matter of perception. So ultimately, distances, yeah, everything can become quite confusing. Definitely can see how that can be manipulated as well. Well, after all, we're asked to believe that that moon is 237,000 miles away. There's 237, 2 times 3 times 7 is 42 as well. Back to 42. It's the ultimate answer is my question. That's a good contender for the ultimate question. Fuck it. It's an excellent contender for I'm gonna fuck it. Now, that's an excellent contender for the ultimate question. The ultimate answer is 42. Okay, I'm going to go back to it's not even that. Look. Oh yeah, remember I was saying about we look at what I did there, God, devil, and I just wrote it down again. So we have the center joined as a T there in the center. So realizing that there are two sides to the same coin and makes sense as well. In a literal or non-literal sense, it has to make sense. So here, once we reckon the T there in the center, then an instruction jumps out, which is go live. So it's all part of the experience. It's all part of it. Then that comes the miraculous. And well, just to Eric Cantona, just to finish up on that, I got waylaid down the Shakespearean path. Yeah, he talked about eternity, and we'll never die unless it's via accident or war or intention or something like that. Otherwise, we're eternal. Pretty much the case all the time, anyway. But yeah, something is turned. It's the end of the world as we know it. And the end of division. This is what I said ages ago. The Notre Dame symbolic oath represented the end of division. The vagina was closed up, no more being rebirthed into the divided state. Time for unification has come. So the turning point, well, it was a turning point. It was a lonely night. Yeah, this year, everything goes back to this year to me. 19, none of them 19. 9/11, 2 becoming 1, 2 becoming 1 again. 11/9 goes to 1/9. 1 in relation to, again, it's all about what these numbers mean. So going back to ABC, 1, 2, 3, the 6 and the 9. Right? 6 and 9 so associated, right? Especially in sexual sense, sexual connotation of 69. That brings back memories. Yeah, but yeah, 666 versus 999, 93 million miles to the sun. So that's 999 encoded. We've heard of it all the time. I heard of the 27 Club, right? And the suspiciously long list of celebrities who have died at 27 under very, very mysterious circumstances and quite dodgy circumstances for the most part. So yeah, all relating to something different indeed. So it's up to us to figure out what is the distinction here between 9 and 6. Why is 8 the number of Jesus? That's an interesting one. 888 is also 24, right, which is 42 backwards. So is 24? Oh, that's another question I'm asking myself that now. But I'm asking myself that now. Yeah, let me read this. Okay, I'll read this. I'll read this. Fuck off. So this is just no agenda at all, just found it underground. And yeah, it's God's judgment day. So God's judgment day. Let me just get the right distance here. Right. Hang on. Let me just focus on that. Right, the great white throne is set. The judge is seated. Angels and archangels are in attendance. All heavens. Hang on, let me not you'd be so dramatic about this. All heaven assembles, unnumbered millions, in breathless wonder survey the fearful scene. With awe on every face they wait. Time's final drama is to be enacted. Nothing else matters now. Everything is secondary. Nature has been forgotten. It's God Almighty. It's God Almighty's judgment day. So presently, I definitely need some glasses. I'll have to wait another day. I'm sorry about that. The judgment will have to wait another day. Okay, well, look, definitely up too late now disturbing people. It's used to disturb me, but it's still I shouldn't do it. I'm gonna leave you with a thought. So maybe for a reason. So just I'll get some glasses when I read this next time. But I'll leave you with a thought. And well, okay, well, try to place it in the context of something I've been saying anyway. Yeah, I guess I'll leave you with this thought and I'll say goodnight from this. Sorry for not getting into chat or really interacting that much, but it's cool. Hopefully, some coherency and some things worth hearing might come across. Otherwise, what can you do? Actually, a few nice songs anyway, and too bad songs. And yeah, to really get into anything, usually, but I considered a few things and learned a few things. But next time I'm talking to you, I will articulate what exactly might be proven to myself anyway regarding what's going on with the moon's interaction and what exactly the nature of the light inverted commas of the moon is. So yeah, I guess I'll leave you on that note. So sorry for that. Getting back to any questions that were posed, and please forgive me. Yeah, keep the chin up, everybody, and until the next time. How art thou fallen from heaven, O Lucifer, son of the morning? How art thou cut down to the ground, which did weaken the nation? Yeah, so thanks for tuning in, friend, and until the next time, love to all, and I love you, my beautiful Steve. Thank you.